had been an insomniac as long as I could remember, and as an insomniac, sleeping has always been a problem. I would constantly stay up all night, leaving me tired and dreary all day. This, along with anxiety and slight bout of depression, made for terrible school grades. Mom begged me to go to a psychiatrist to get it sorted out, but I was sure it would go away soon, and it did. I remember the first time I slept for more than an hour. It was the first time I forgot to take some pills Mom had been giving me since I was 4. Had she been causing the insomnia? I brushed it off as a serious inquiry because I knew that she wouldn't do that to me. I proceeded to go to school after telling Mom I got some sleep. She seemed surprised, as I thought she would. "You're taking your pills, right?" Yeah, 2 at night, every night." "Good. Glad to see they're working." I wave her goodbye and go to school. For the first time, I managed to stay completely awake in class. My grades improved with every day, as did my sleeping habits. I had managed to get a 5-hour sleep the night before, that I could only assume felt like heaven. Ever since I stopped taking those pills, I felt alive, free from the ball chain of sleep deprivation that I had vowed never to take the pills again. One night, before going to bed, I heard something downstairs, a muffled conversation. I creeped down to find Mom on the phone. "He's starting to fall asleep." This was followed by a short pause. "Yes, doctor, I'll double the dosage." Another pause. "I understand. Goodbye." I creep upstairs again without alerting Mom and crawl into bed. What was she talking about? Were those pills really the reason I couldn't sleep? Why? I didn't need long to answer that question. For the first time, in the middle of the night, I woke up to a howling wind. I stayed up for a while, watching the trees swaying. That's when I noticed it. It was only a shadow, barely a shadow, more of a silhouette on the moonlight's grass. Its shoulders were right angles and its arms went down to his knees. It was a statue, barely moving in the wind, and I could feel it staring at me. Then it turned its head. A long beak emerged from the shadow of the torso. The beak was huge. It began moving towards me. I could see it getting bigger. It didn't seem to step, but glide over the grass to my house as it spoke.
"I come when you sleep, and hunt when you wake."
Mom kept me awake to protect me. That was the last thought that crossed my mind before seeing pearly white teeth. It was Jenna's idea to ditch that day. 8 of us went on our little adventure. For me, it was my first time doing anything remotely rebellious. My older sister decided she didn't feel like going to school that day. My sister was a popular senior, while I was an awkward freshman. I was brought mostly because Jenna worried I would snitch. Sad, I know. But I thought I was so cool at that time. So there we were, 5 seniors, 2 juniors, and 1 freshman, brought out of pity. All in Travis's car. We were going to go to the woods behind the school and hang out there all day. Travis was driving carefully, but I wish he wasn't. I wish the cops caught us. I wish we crashed. I wish we were crippled or killed. But we weren't. We got to the woods just fine. The rest of the day was pretty normal too. Amy brought lunch for all of us, we played truth or dare, and I was targeted the most. Carter gave out the worst dares, and being the youngest, I was targeted. I wish something came out of the woods and chased us out. I wish that hiker we hid from were suspicious and noticed we were all in school uniforms. I wish our sandwiches had poison in them. I wish I fell out of the tree Lana dared me to climb, splitting my head open. But he didn't. We went back to town just fine. Back to a town that was not ours. When we went back to school, the building was a completely different style. The uniforms were different than the ones we were wearing. Jenna's car was gone, and my mom came to pick us up. She never did that before. My mother looked completely different. It didn't even register she was my mom. My father was dead, apparently after I was born. Oh, and I had another sister, a twin sister. My room was completely different. I was apparently a competitive dancer, and I played on the tennis team. I did neither. None of my friends existed. I had a new set of friends that I had never met. My name was different. Our last name was Gardner, not Jones like it was. Jenna's name was Lizzie now. I also had a black and white cat called Tuxedo. We tried telling people. We tried getting back. We tried ditching school and going back to those woods. None worked. We've tried to enjoy our new life. I do like my new sister and my cat, and my friends are nice. But I'm not myself, and I will never be. I've forgot so much the longer I stay here. I don't even remember my old name. The only concrete thing I have of that life is the uniform I was wearing. I feel like a stranger, a poser. I will always be a stranger. I wonder if my old parents and my friends miss us, or if they remember us at all. Maybe they're gone too. I don't know. Please, for the love of God, stay in school. I knew there was something odd about David when I first saw him. He was a handsome guy, tall, with athletic build. The type of guy who seemed to charm everyone. Everyone seemed to like him. He was kind and witty, and people just seemed to gravitate to him. The charade he put on was convincing, but somehow I saw through it. There was just something about him that set me on edge each and every time I interacted with him. Maybe it was a sixth sense, but I always got the feeling he was hiding something. My suspicion was strengthened when I randomly caught him arriving to work one day. He closed his trunk as I pulled in and used a water bottle to wash a red liquid from his hands. I greeted him as usual, but that moment I knew for sure he was up to something nefarious. Later that week, he was alone in the lunchroom and didn't see me come in. I then caught a glimpse of what he was reading on his phone. Effects of Rohypnol. It's not a crime to just look something up, but given the context, I found it extremely unnerving. That moment substantiated everything I had sensed from him, but rather than notifying the police, I elected for a different option. I borrowed a friend's car so he wouldn't recognize me, and followed him when he clocked out on Friday. He returned to his apartment and didn't leave for the rest of the night. I staked out in the parking lot for the entire night. The following day, he finally emerged and went to his car. carrying a large duffel bag with him. I tailed him for the rest of the day, as he made several stops at local hardware and convenience stores. Later that night, I followed him to a local bar and posted up outside as he went in. He returned 2 hours later with a friend. It was a young woman, and from her stumbling footsteps, it was clear she wasn't in the right state of mind. My heart began thundering in my chest, and I stepped out of the car just as he put the young woman in his back seat. He did not see me sneaking up, and before he could turn back, I slammed my bat into the back of his head. He fell to the ground, conscious but dazed beyond belief. After taking a brief look around, I dragged him to the trunk and forced him in. He looked up, seeming to recognize me. I smiled and spoke. "What are the odds, huh? Two psychopaths in the same place at once." His eyes sprung open as I wrapped him in duct tape and closed the trunk. His lady friend was out cold in the back seat. I got in the driver's seat and fired it up as my smile grew even wider. A 2-for-1 must be my lucky day. My father and I were really close until he met Bertha. Once they got married, I became their enemy. Bertha was extremely abusive. She was particularly obsessed about my weight. With my mother out of the picture, I was hopeless. "You are deformed," she would say. So I left as soon as I turned 18. I never saw my father again. He never knew I joined the military. He was not there when I got married or when I graduated college. I don't even think he looked for me. Not if Bertha could help it. Now Bertha is in her 50s. Still pretty, although an older version of the same abusive gold digger. She did not recognize me when I asked her for help at the mall. Just another pretty lady shopping for lingerie and shoes. She did not seem to panic when I asked her to get into my car in the parking lot. "I can give you a ride back to the mall, sweetie. No problem." She barely fought when I injected her with a sedative and incapacitated her. She found herself tied to an old bed in an old house. I feed her every day. She knew she would be severely punished if she refused to eat. Lard and more lard. Eat or be punished. After a few months, my dad's stress got to him and he had a heart attack. Some say he died of a broken heart. I made sure people in this town gossiped about Bertha and how she left him for another man. I keep feeding Bertha every day. She was feisty at the beginning, but after a while, she started to shut down. Her body was swollen. Her face was grotesque, and she smelled. When the time came, I got close to her face and uttered the last words she would ever hear. "You are deformed." She looked at me and saw the little girl she used to abuse. She finally realized who I was and what was coming to her. After I strangled her, I poured chemicals on top of her body, covered her with plastic bags and construction debris. When my husband and I bought the land, we knew the old house was condemned. We called the backhoe company and had it demolished. The trash will go straight to the landfill, exactly where it belongs. I was sitting on the soft snow with a blanket over my shoulders. I looked around warily before turning on my flashlight. You never know when some of them could see you, even this deep into the woods. I aimed a beam of light towards my pack, and, after some rummaging, pulled out the notebook. The pages were all wrinkled and falling out from the constant use. I didn't write anything special in the book, just the days since shit hit the fan. I thought about the small boy, ripped apart by their bare hands. They laughed as they used his intestines to strangle his mother, who wouldn't listen as I called to her that it was too late. I shook my head to rid myself of the thoughts. I looked back at the notebook. In a quick scrawl, I wrote 601. It was how many days had gone by since I last saw someone that wasn't one of them. God, I'm so alone. I snapped the notebook shut and put it away. I knew my light had been on for too long. I clicked it off and rolled in my sleeping bag. I couldn't risk a fire. This was going to be a cold night. I ventured into the town early the next day. If you went early, you may avoid confronting them. Walking through the empty streets, I saw half a man skewered on a flagpole. This was nothing new. I kept walking. Papers and garbage fluttering amongst my feet. I was peering into the window fronts, hoping to find something, anything, that wasn't tainted by them. And I stopped. I saw her from across the street, hiding in the back of a small store, hiding from their peering eyes. She was my answer. Oh Lord, please let it be. I don't want to be alone anymore. I had to get to her before any of them noticed her. Cautiously, painstakingly, I crept towards the window of a small shop, ignoring the bloody handprints that dragged along its walls. I slowly peeked into the window, and I saw her. She was beautiful. She was the end of my loneliness, a beacon into this life that was now hell. This was what hope felt like. I didn't see the empty bucket underfoot until it was too late. With a loud rattle, it fell over and rolled down the street, clamoring all the way. Instantly, the town was abuzz with life. They started to hoot with glee as they ran at me. I shuddered. One never got used to the sight of them. I didn't think about my safety, though. I needed to get to her. They stopped as they saw me dive through the window of the shop, reaching towards her. They smiled, but I didn't care as I grabbed her and stuck her cold barrel into my mouth. This is it, the end of my loneliness, my suffering. I pulled the trigger, and nothing happened. Janice stood staring at herself in the mirror, as she did every morning before school. She grimaced as she looked at the large swollen stomach and puffy cheeks. She had tried so many diets, each more strict than the last. She didn't understand why this fat blob was staring back at her in the mirror each day. She turns away, too upset with herself to look any longer, and quickly gets dressed. As she makes her way down the stairs, she overhears her parents, her mother whispering to her father. She was such a beautiful girl. I don't know what happened. How can we help her? They both go quiet as she walks into the room. She hangs her head and walks straight past them out the door. They know how to help. They just don't want to, she thinks as she makes her way to school. At school, she sits quietly to herself all day. It's been this way for months. She used to have so many friends, so many boyfriends. No one talks to her anymore. Why would they? She thinks. Just look at what I've become. When she finally makes it home, Janet has had enough. I'm going to fix this, she says to herself. She's been watching a lot of television and YouTube videos. She read every book on the subject that she could get her hands on. Mom and Dad don't want to do anything, so she will do it herself. She takes a small handful of pain pills she stole from her grandmother and walks out to the garage. She takes her time sanitizing her equipment while the pills kick in. Finally, she can begin. Janet takes her clean and shiny box cutter and makes a small incision at the bottom of her rounded stomach. She then takes the newly sterilized shop vac hose and inserts it in. How hard can liposuction be? She thinks as she flips the switch to turn the machine on. That would be the last thought she ever had. The machine quickly sucked up a bit of her intestine, and she fell to the floor, unable to do anything. She watched as she was quickly disemboweled by the machine and left to bleed to death on the garage floor. A short time later, her parents arrive home from work. Her mother screams as she opens the garage door and sees the remains of her daughter. She was nearly skeletal to begin with. Now, with most of her organs sucked into the steel guzzling machine, there seems to be nothing left but skeleton. It's obvious you're surprised to see me. How long has it been? 20 years? My, how time flies. You must be here for Brendan's funeral. Did you know his family left town shortly after yours moved away? If not for his grandfather's inheritance, I doubt he would have returned. I missed him. I missed you, too. Do you remember that summer we explored the caves behind Henderson's farm? Those were good times, weren't they? You were still a child, filled with youthful energy. Do you remember the games we played? Oh, now I've gone and upset you. Not the best way to start a reunion. But we had fun, didn't we? Well, you and Brendan had fun. Myself, not so much. It seems like I was always the target of your youthful aggression. Oh, hold up, where are you going? We're just now getting reacquainted. I don't mean to stare, but you've become such a beautiful woman. It comes as no surprise. You were a lovely, lovely little girl. Perhaps that's why I endured your constant abuse. To tell the truth, I had a crush on you back then. Crush. That's a funny word. A bit ironic, all things considered. Oh, I've gone and upset you again. Please forgive me. It's been years since I've been around other people. Admittedly, I lack social graces. But back to the caves. You laughed uncontrollably when Brendan shoved me from behind. I tumbled down the steep incline, arms flailing, screaming. Did you hear what happened when I hit the ground? Oh my, you look so pale. Yeah, you most certainly heard my legs snap. And do you remember what happened soon after? Of course you do. You panicked. As I drifted in and out of consciousness, I heard the two of you talking. You were worried about getting in trouble. After some debate, you took charge and ordered Brendan to use a heavy stone to finish me off. Much like myself, he was not the one to say no to a pretty face. The authorities got involved soon after. There were search parties, but nothing ever came of it. They checked the caves, of course, but found nothing. You see, soon after you and Brendan left, they found me. Old, forgotten things rose from the depth of the earth and cradled my shattered skull in their claws, sympathetic to my sufferings. They carried my broken body down into their deep, dark abode. I would like to say they nursed me back to health, but it was too late for that. Instead, they bred life back into me. How? I don't know, but I am as grateful now as I was then. So here I am, after all this time, very much the same child you remember, not counting the sad state of my head and legs. And there you are, 20 years older. And here they are, my good friends, eager to show you the things they showed Brendan. Enertech has announced its latest revolutionary product, the Workday chip. With this product, a person can go a whole workday and not even know it. It automatically initiates a sleep sequence in the user's brain, then controls their muscles so they can do their job while completely unconscious. All of a person's energy can now be put into the things that really matter. Hobbies, family, friends. They never have to think about work again, unless they're picking up their paycheck. Soon, this chip became a regular part of life. Some companies even started giving it out for free to employees. It was a win-win. The companies got more efficient workers, and the employees no longer had the stress of a job. You could hardly even tell a person was unconscious. The chip recognizes patterns and could converse, just like its user would. For a while, this seemed like the perfect system. 3 years after the implementation of the Workday chip, the disease broke out, nicknamed the Red Flame disease. It caused a terrible combination of coughing up blood and intense bodily pain. It spread like wildfire, and soon the majority of the population was infected. Even though most people were in no state to work, the chips forced them to, automatically. There was no off switch, and it was able to pick locks or break down doors in order to get its user to work. In the end, it didn't matter if a person had the chip or not, everyone ended up dead. From the moment you first coughed up blood, you had mere days to live. The disease didn't discriminate between old and young. Every single person eventually succumbed. It all happened so quickly that most bodies never even got taken care of. They were just left in their homes to rot away. Now, roaming the streets are corpses, doing nothing but going through the motions as they were ghosts. Dead baristas try to ask customers that don't exist for their order, but some no longer have tongues. Shriveled hands work in factories to produce gadgets for nobody. Businessmen look before crossing the streets on their way to work, but no longer have their eyes. These ghost-like beings are stuck in a strange purgatory. They are dead, but not at peace. Watching over these ghosts are the CEOs, the top 1%. They live in the elaborate bunkers and clink glasses, laughing about how they will never have to pay another worker again. The Workday chip has no off switch, and that's exactly how it was meant to be. I remember when the wife would call me outside to watch the sunset with her. It wasn't much for me, but it must have meant a whole lot for her. We would sit outside, have some tea, watch the dogs run around the yard. It was alright. Lately, the sun hasn't been coming up. Some kind of a problem with the orbit or Earth's axis, I'm not really sure. An extinction level cosmic phenomenon, they called it. The way I figure it, it ain't too much to worry about. The NASA guy on the TV said that what's happening is impossible, so there has to be some kind of an outside intervention. Too much for me to really understand what's going on. I've lived my life, come what may. My wife and I decided to sit out on the porch. There ain't no sun, but we can always just enjoy the outdoors, right? I sat next to her on the bench, and I covered us up with a nice homemade quilt. Weren't long before she was out like a light. Figured I'd rest my eyes a bit too, seeing as how I'm already here. It got cold real quick. I woke up shivering, could barely move my fingers. I looked over at the missus. She wasn't moving. When I looked off out into the sky, I could see it. The sun looked a heck of a lot smaller than it used to, and it weren't too bright neither. I could hear some chatter from the TV in the other room. The Earth has fallen out of orbit with the sun. Temperatures are dropping all over the Earth. Casualties are thought to be. I turned it off. I wiped the frost. I rested my head on the missus one last time. The sun came up, Edith, I whispered. I guess we missed it. It all started with the pull. One moment, New York was full of people, hurrying to work and talking on their cell phones. And the next, poof, all the noise stopped. The streets were empty. Everyone had just vanished into thin air. Without anyone to pilot them, airplanes fell from the sky. Cars and trains and buses crashed. Fires started in buildings and parks. With the fire department unavailable and the nation in absolute confusion, they'd continued to burn through most of New York City. It'd take days to put them out. Of course, after that was taken care of, questions were asked. The government would launch an investigation into the event, an attempt at finding the 19.49 million victims. Nothing ever came out of it. The pull left no bodies, no evidence. Families mourned. Speculations ran rampant on the news. Conspiracy theories were passed around, but eventually the world started to move on. Then, the push. An opposing force, or maybe a complementary one. It doesn't really matter what it was. Body parts appeared out of nowhere. Heads were found throughout the Oregon wilderness, impaled on tree limbs and floating down streams. Toes and fingers were expelled from hollowed-out trunks and holes. Flowers bloomed, opening up to reveal human eyes. Questions were asked, sure, but nobody had any answers. I found out what happened when I looked up from the cup of lukewarm coffee to see a familiar building on the screen of the break room television. A news ticker scrolling across the bottom of the broadcast to pump out a bold string of attention-grabbing words with a gruesome sense of urgency. It took only two for my stomach to drop and my heart to pound thickly in my chest, and my head to swim with a sudden dizziness that struck me somewhere between stunned disbelief and incredible dread. Active shooter. Hey! A voice that sounded a million miles away clamped a hand on my shoulder. That's not where your wife works, is it? I wish I could say that the rest was a blur, but I remember it all with tormentous clarity. I remember the sound of my mug shattering on the floor. I remember how I gripped my keys so tightly as I ran through the parking garage that they bit into the flesh of my palm like metal teeth. I remember the angry blaring of car horns and the screeching sound of tires coming to halt while I surged through traffic with a complete lack of caution. The whole time, I never stopped calling her. I called so many times that each ring felt like a drill making its way through my skull. But she never answered. Not when my shaky hand dialed her number as I stood transfixed before the TV. Not when I tore free from the daze and raced to her office. And not when I pulled up to the wail of police sirens and red flash of ambulance lights. I saw her co-workers. Some were embracing, bloodstains blotched across their clothes and shock etched to their faces as they wept, while the wounded were bandaged by paramedics or rushed away on stretchers. But I didn't see her. It took 15 years to build our marriage, and just one bullet to end it. In the days following her funeral, when the grief became so consuming that not even the sleeping pills helped, I decided to visit a coworker that was still hospitalized. My reasons were selfish. I had done nothing but obsessed what her final moments had been like, and wondered if he could tell me something, anything, that might answer the questions, leaving me lying awake at night in a bed that now felt cold and empty. We were hiding in a closet, he whispered, visibly pained by each word, his body a labyrinth of tubes. She had a hand clamped over her mouth, and I held my breath, listening to the footsteps going up and down the office. I don't think he knew where we were. Finally, I heard the sound of a doorknob turning from across the room, like he was about to leave. And then what? His answer will haunt me forever. Her phone rang. The day my father first raised his hand against me was the day I first saw her. Long, pale hair, deep dark eyes, and a grey dress. She was standing behind me when I looked at the mirror in the bathroom after washing my face. The door behind me was open, and she was standing in the hallway, looking at me with a sorrowful smile. I was surprised. We never had any visitors at home. When I turned around, she was gone. I saw her more often after that, always in a mirror, a small distance away from me. I was scared at first, because she only came when I had been crying. I tried avoiding mirrors, but then I would see her in the reflection of a window or some polished surface. Over time, I got used to her. I had tried talking to her, and she seemed to understand me. But she never answered. She became my friend in the darkness. She was the one who listened to me when no one else would. She offered me smiles with sad eyes, and I stopped feeling so alone. As I grew older and my darkness grew, she appeared more often. On particularly bad days, I noticed her appearing 1 or 2 steps closer to me than before. Strangely, that comforted me. as she was the only one who had ever been close to me. But then, I met someone. I fell in love, and I fell hard. It was wonderful at first, and the dark days became less and less. My friend left with them. I missed her, because he had always been there for me, but I felt a strange relief as well. It meant that I was getting better, saner. Then there was the accident. It had been raining. We had been drunk. Suddenly, I was alone again. The next time I saw my reflection, she was back. She stayed with me every day after that. I saw her in every mirror. I talked to her, even put up a mirror in my bedroom to have her with me at all times. I loved her, even as many days grew darker and darker. She got closer to me every day, and I welcomed it. We sat on the bed together, me facing the mirror, and her closely behind me. One day, and a particularly dark day, I knew that we would finally be close enough to touch. I let myself fall into my darkness until I could feel her behind me. I did not dare to turn around, afraid to see an empty room behind me and be alone again. But I should have, because when I felt her cold hand sliding up on my neck, I knew that she wasn't my friend. She had been waiting. Don't you worry, the place is absolutely child-friendly. Those were the last words our neighbor Sarah told us before leaving yesterday morning. My wife and I shared a funny look before I got up and cleaned the table. Maybe we do need a vacation. After all, it's been a year now since we've been to the beach, and this new camping site seems like there's a lot of fun activities to do, she said, trying to sound as if she's thinking about it, but failing to hide the fact that she's actually excited about the idea. I was working overtime for a few days, and my wife wasn't getting any luck finding rest working at the hospital. After all, our 6-year-old daughter, Libby, had been getting straight A's, so we might as well go ahead and treat ourselves a little trip during the weekend. So after lunch, we went on a surprise camping trip to Ashberry Woods, no further than 10 kilometers from our neighborhood. Just like Sarah said, it was quiet, rarely any signs of wild animals, and close to a lake where I can finally teach my daughter how to fish. Just like any other modern-day parent, I learned how to set up a tent on the internet, causing us to set camp longer than expected. Strange enough, while we were setting up camp, Libby was looking into the woods, as if she was looking for something. "Libby, what are you looking at?" I asked. She turned around and just stared at me, quiet. Night fell, and all the marshmallows eaten, the lights off. The three of us snuggled up inside our tent, with alarms set to make sure Libby and I get to the lake as early as possible. I woke up not to the sound of my alarm. It was only 2 a.m. My wife was frantically asking me to wake up, telling me that Libby was gone. I stood up, panicked, and grabbed a flashlight and a paddle and went straight into the dark woods with my wife. "Libby!" we continuously shouted, getting more hopeless each time we did. To our surprise, when we reached the lake, there she was, holding another man's hand, looking at the bright moon. The hunched man turned his head and looked at us. His eyes were circular and yellow and wide apart from each other. His head was shaped like a football, and long locks of dark hair flowed down from its head and onto his broad shoulders. My wife and I froze in fear and left. We drove back to our house and never said a word. Today, is strange. My wife and I decided not to go to work. Instead, we ate breakfast and showered to prepare our visit to the Stanleys next door. They just have to try going to this new camping spot at the Ashberry woods. After all, it's absolutely child-friendly. James and I have always collected bones. Be it cat or mouse, we would collect its remains, clean them up, and present them in little glass cases. We're a pretty good team and had been collecting for a while, racking up nearly 37 complete sets. As James was picking up a dead bird he found in the backyard, he turned to me with a sad look on his childish face. "You know, Dad, I really wish Mom was here. You always told me she was the reason we started collecting." He paused for a second to look at the bird in his hand. I wonder what she would think. I walked towards him, dropping to one knee and placing a hand on his shoulder. "You're right, she is the reason we started collecting, and I'm sure she would love our collection, but she is always here with us." I pointed to my heart, then to his. "You know what? Come with me. I have something to show you." I get up and walk down to our collection shed. I beckon for James to come inside. A very rare thing for him, and he follows, still clutching the bird. We walk to a lump of cloth at the back of the shed. "I think you're old enough to see this one. This is the first collection I did, and I'm very proud of it." I lift the cloth, hearing a very audible thud as the bird's body hit the ground. James stares in awe, or in horror, at my first collection. "You're right, James. She was the reason I started collecting, and she will always be here with us." James continued to stare at the bones of his mother. "I'm the mother of a picky eater. He's 2 years old and one of the most well-behaved kids I know. But whatever I find at the store never seems to satisfy my little man. I've put up with it for a long time, but it gets old real quick. The cashier at the local corner store knows me by name. He even jokes about my son being an insatiable black hole. All I could muster was a small choking laugh, because of course it's funny to someone on the outside. Their child isn't as stubborn as a mule. I tried everything. Play noises didn't help, or at least they don't now. He used to glow over the thought of applesauce on a spoon plate, but at some point it changed. Making a game out of the chicken nuggets didn't help either. More than once I have tried offering an incentive of ice cream, but it was very clear I was talking to a brick wall. He just sat there in his high chair, refusing to cooperate in the slightest. I am not the kind of parents that stands for this type of behavior, so I eventually decided to do what my parents would have done. The rule is, he'll have to sit at the table until he eats. I thought the hunger strike would surely last a few hours, but at the end of the day, there he sat with his untouched plate. I didn't enjoy it, but I told him to eat or sleep at the table for the night. When I woke the next morning, flies covered his leftover meal, and still he sat. The stench of rotten food filled the dining room to the brim with its horrendous smell. Surely his chocolate milk was the main culprit. A wave of my hand shooted most of the flying bugs away from the plate, but one just flew up and landed on his cloudy eyeball without a blink. I really had to admire his commitment. I guess he learned it from me. Thank you for making coffee, I say to my wife, even though it tastes horrible. She knows I hate hazelnut blends. I think to myself, taking another sip. I must pretend everything is normal if I want my plan to work. I look at my watch. I should have at least 20 more minutes. Our fighting had made this morning extremely awkward. She decided to GPS track the location on my phone when she was mandated to work night shifts. My late-night trips to the casinos and red light district had brought on an epic fight. "Did you see there's another missing prostitute?" she asked, glaring over her tablet as she turned it for me to see. "Was she one of the ones you liked?" I try to give her a disarming smile to hide my relief. I take another sip of the coffee and hide my grimace at the taste. She seemingly picks this up and gives a passive-aggressive smirk, knowingly. "I told you before, I didn't have sex with anyone other than you." I look to my watch. 15 minutes. I take a larger swig at the coffee, planning my exit. "I don't believe you. Were you doing this even when I worked days?" she inquired, setting the tablet down. "Paying for women to sleep with, while I laid here untouched." Tears in her eyes now from the pain. She would never believe me, but I honestly did not have sex with any of them. Albeit I did touch them, binding them up and carving sections of their bodies off, torturing them as they were my wife. It was the only way to handle her passive aggressiveness without hurting her. Honestly, I was thinking of her the whole time, but she wouldn't understand. Now her insecurities had provided rock-solid evidence, placing me at the locations of several of the bodies. Her stupid insecurities triggered a series of events leading up to what I had to do this morning. I look at her and try to give a compassionate smile, taking her in. It would be the last time I saw her alive, and I wanted to remember her. "Look, I have to get to work. We can talk more when I get home." I look to my watch. Only 8 minutes left. I take the remaining coffee in one full gulp. It's so bad that it's giving me heartburn. As I stand, I become dizzy and nauseous. I steady myself on the table and chair. The taste in my mouth, it wasn't hazelnut, it was almonds. I look to my wife, holding back the vomit building in my throat. She's smiling. "Oh dear. When I said my first 2 husbands left, I meant they left this world. Nobody cheats on me." Her smile vicious as I began to vomit and shake, finally falling to the floor. I take a final look at my watch. 4 minutes. I wonder if she'll smell the gas before the explosion. "You don't want to do this," I yelled as I leaned out the office window. But the man remained where he stood, on the building's ledge, the tips of his shoes peering over the concrete. He gazed down numbly at the throng of spectators congregating on the ground below. Many were filming him. "You don't understand," he replied sadly. "It's over. She left me." He was close enough to be within my grasp. I slowly reached towards him, thinking he was too immersed in his anguish to notice me. I was wrong. "Stop it," he shouted, and shakingly inched further away from me. I shrank back. Already the crowd had swallowed in numbers. Many more had gathered to watch the gruesome end of an unraveled man. I knew it would be just a matter of time before the cops arrived. I prayed they'd be accompanied by a negotiator far more trained than myself. "Listen, man," I pleaded. "I know we've never met before. I'm just the night janitor who wanted to clean your office, and I saw the window open. But I can tell from the framed photo on your desk that you've got people you love. Are those two girls your daughters?" He nodded. "How do you think they'll feel when you never come home from work?" I spoke every word in a calm, even tone, although inwardly I was panicking. "Don't you think doing this would hurt them for the rest of their lives?" The man began to cry. "Look, I get it," I continued, never taking my eyes off him. "I'm divorced myself. It's hard. But it doesn't have to be the end of the world. Your kids still need you here." I reached for him again. This time, he did not back away. "Come on," I said encouragingly. "I won't let you fall." He hesitated and slowly began inching closer to the window. I was so absorbed in that moment that I never even heard the office door open. Just as his fingertips gazed against mine, I felt someone place a hand on my shoulder and roughly pulled me away. Startled, the man on the ledge lost his balance. "No!" I yelled, but it was too late. He already began to fall. His terrified scream mashed with those of the horrified lookers. I'll never forget the pulpy sound of his body hitting the ground. I turned around and locked eyes with the cop. Tears streamed down my face. "Why did you do that?" I demanded, my voice trembling with grief and rage. "I had him." He shook his head solemnly. "No, you didn't. Last night, he climbed onto the ledge of another building and threatened to jump. A man fell to his death trying to save him." An unsettling sense of confusion washed over me. "I don't understand." "You weren't going to pull him back inside through the window," the cop replied gravely. "He was going to pull you out of it." I know the day you die. It's a gift I've always had, and it's nothing personal either. I can do it to pretty much anyone. Ever since I was an infant, I could tell just by looking, staring right past someone's eyes and deep into their future. The date sort of just appears in my mind, with the spontaneity of an idea or forgotten memory. And it's always accurate, too. Even if I tell them, I don't tell them anymore. I'll get to the point, I suppose. I know you've read the court case numerous times, so I'll spare most of the details. My whole life, I've been laying low, in terms of employment, jobs with minimal interaction, sanitation in small offices, that sort of thing. The less people I have to look at, the better. I'd been employed at the local school for a few months, and even though 1,000 kids come in and out of that place every day, I had become pretty good at keeping my eyeline low, sticking to work after school hours. That was until the emergency fire assembly. 1,000 kids all lined up outside on the concrete. I tried my best to avoid eye contact, mind you, but I'm only a man. I saw one kid who died in about a week and felt a pang of guilt. But what could I do? And then, well, The kid behind him was going to die on the same day. I assume it was a coincidence, or maybe they'd both pass in the same accident. I avert my eyeline, and you wouldn't believe it. 1,000 kids, all set to die on the exact same day. I've never seen anything like this, so you understand I had to do something. Anything. Maybe calling in a fake bomb threat the day beforehand wasn't the most rational thing to do, but it got the kids out of school, and that's what mattered. I thought it mattered. Damn it. I thought I was doing the right thing. You know the rest. 26 roadside accidents, all dead. 55 dead in unrelated gas fires. Over 600 suicides, all dead. On the day I had foreseen. The universe correcting my mistakes. I am not even sure what you found me guilty of, Your Honor, but I know it all seems very suspicious. This story of mine isn't exactly common. Hell, I'm writing this for myself. You probably think it's all bullshit, which is why I'm going to prove it's not. June 16th, Your Honor. June 16th is the day your daughter is going to die. I saw her briefly before the case began. You can do all you want to fix it, to keep her safe. Lock her in an empty room all day. It won't matter. The will of the universe is unknowable, and I guess I'm only its prophet, trying to clear my name. There's an email address that lets you decide how you want to die. Nobody knows how it works. Nobody knows why it's there, but it is there. It works simply. All you have to do is send how you wish to die, and your wish will be granted within 5 days. You don't need to be specific. You don't need to put anything extra. You don't even need to put your info. They know. And once you send it, there is no turning back. Did you wish to die from a stabbing? Did you wish to die a hero? Did you wish to die something inappropriate? Your wish will be granted. People die in their own beds from a hooded figure stabbing them to death. People die saving others from fires. People die doing something inappropriate. People die. I want to die too. I desperately want it to end. Life is impossible for me to continue to go through, and I don't want to live it anymore. But I'm too much of a coward for suicide, so I went for a better option. I didn't want to die painfully, and I didn't want anyone to mourn over my death. All I wanted was to leave this world peacefully and let everyone else who used to be in my life live their own wondrous lives. So I raised my fingers over the keyboard and typed, I want to die painlessly and not have anyone weep over my death. 1 day passed and I was still alive. 2 days passed and I was still alive. The third and fourth day passed and I was still alive. The fifth day was the day of the party. I came over to my brother's house along with most of my family. Today was the day of his party. Everyone else was singing and laughing, and yet I was sitting in the corner on my phone. I should have known it was a scam. I should have known it was fake. I just wanted to die painlessly, not have anyone suffer over me. So why wouldn't it happen? Why wouldn't I die? Then I got the notification, and I went pale, realizing my wish came true. You don't need to put your info in the email. You don't need to put any extra details in your email. And you do not need to be specific in your email. But God, I wish I was more specific. I looked up at my family, enjoying themselves and completely unaware of what was about to hit them, as the words nuclear missile burned into my mind.
Daddy, how did Mommy die?
You'll know when you're older, buddy. His conversations with Dad about Mom always went like this, short and stark. Even at that age, he knew his dad was hiding something, but what it was, he never knew. An 8-year-old child's intuition could only extend so far. And then there were the rules. Like how he was forbidden from stepping out of the balcony of their 12th floor apartment. Why? His dad knew that he was scared of heights, so he would never voluntarily do that himself. Yet his dad repeated the specific rule every day, like a ritual. His dad explained eventually, though, after much harassment from him, that he, as a baby, nearly fell to his demise, but for his dad catching him just in time. Close call it was. Still, gave him the chills every time he thought about it. His aunt, however, told him a completely different reason. She was his mom's sister, and she was always nice to him during the many days she came and stayed. She whispered to him that there was a hidden secret out there in the balcony. Yet she never clarified what it was. So he never knew, because he never dared to violate the rule, of course. Nevertheless, here he was, for the first time as he knew it, standing on the balcony, clutching the railing, desperately trying not to look down. His dad had gone on a business trip, leaving his aunt to look after him. "Where's the secret, Auntie?" He blurted out the words, trembling as the night wind picked up strength. "It's on the railing, look," she said, and pointed at the cold metal. "Do you know how your mom died?" "No." "Suicide. She jumped from these railings." Nothing could have prepared him for this harsh truth. Shocked, he spun around, once again trying desperately not to look down at the ground that once was plastered with his mom's shattered body. That thought dizzied him, and he let go, fell backward. His aunt rushed towards to catch him. She held him tight in her arms. "My sweet sister," murmured his aunt, her eyes gleaming with tears, glassy and unfocused. "Your husband can no longer stop your wish. What you tried to accomplish, I will be the one to finish it for you. Brighten up, child. Remember, your mom only ever wanted the best for you. Me too." Locking him in her arms, smiling, she jumped. Everyone knew about the witch tree which stood behind my school. When the school foundations were laid, an ancient grave was unearthed. So those old bones were buried in a bag beneath the old gnarled branches of the very tree from which the witch had hung. It was common knowledge that if someone ran 3 times clockwise around the tree on the midnight of Halloween, the witch would emerge and stab her disturber to death. Late one rainy October the 30th, I sneaked out of my house to meet 5 or 6 other kids from my class and watch together popular jock Mickey try the ritual out. But no witch met him, only distant thunder. Maybe the witch wait till later, when you're asleep, I suggested. What do you know about anything, Beetleborg? Laughed Mickey as he shoved me into the mud. He always called me Beetleborg, as I wore a Big Bad Beetleborgs backpack when everyone else wore a Power Rangers one. I was an odd kid, and this was the sort of thing I did. I was kind of right about the witch biding her time, as Mickey began to see her outside of his window on stormy nights, clutching her knife and staring through his soul with cold, dead eyes. Mickey never invited me to his slumber parties, but these stopped soon afterwards anyways, as Mickey woke everyone up, screaming about the witch trying to climb in through his window. People started to make fun of Mickey. It's fascinating just how fast someone can topple from their perch of popularity. Mickey was a mess afterwards, jumpy, edgy. He screamed when someone dropped a pencil on the classroom floor during a thunderstorm. The other kids stopped finding this funny and began to avoid him completely. You gotta help me, Beetleborg. You know about witches, right? He begged. A year later, my back rammed against a locker. I know they're peaceful, misunderstood, nothing like you described. I never saw the witch. No one ever did, besides Mickey. That was the problem. Nobody ever believed him. Mickey still lives with his dad in the old neighborhood. He could never hold down a job and drifted into petty crime, though he always claimed he was framed. That the witch was playing her game when stolen jewelry kept turning up in his room. He became a total social pariah. I've just heard that Mickey gotten himself confined to a psychiatric ward. Turned out he'd tried to break the witch's curse by burning her tree to ashes one miserable windy night. And when that didn't work, he torched the school. I am on my way to visit my old school friend now. He doesn't want to see anyone, but I've phoned his dad to ask what room he's in. Maybe I could figure out which window is his by counting them along. It's stormy tonight. He could use my company. On the car seat beside me is my Beetleborg backpack with my large plastic dagger, an old witch costume inside. We were going to a Halloween party this week as Mario and Peach. This was our first Halloween together, so I was really looking forward to presenting ourselves as a cute couple. But when I got home from work, I found Brad shaving his mustache. I had repeatedly told him that it fits his costume better than the stick-on black felt that came with it, so I asked him what was going on. He told me, "Sorry babe, John from work hooked me up with an inflatable dinosaur costume. It's gonna be sweet." I played the part of the understanding, cool girlfriend and slipped upstairs to change into what I thought would be a nice surprise. I came down as a cave woman, but instead of an impressed reaction, Brad just smirked. I smiled back and was about to ask him a question when he held his hand and asked, "You just happen to have a backup costume too?" I didn't like the insinuation. I really was planning on going as Peach, but not now with a dinosaur on my arm. I told him, "Of course, Halloween is my favorite holiday. I have a ton of costumes upstairs because I save every one." Then he really tested my calm facade by saying, "Well, then maybe you could pick another one, babe." I asked what was wrong with this one, and he actually said, "Cat, come on. Dinosaurs and humans lived 100 million years apart. It would be ridiculous to go together." I breathed a loud sigh as I ran upstairs again and changed into a witch. I could live without going as a costume that complemented Brad's. But his response was, "I don't know, Kate. It's kind of cliché." "Fine, whatever." I changed into an angel but he rolled his eyes and told me, "Oh, please no. I don't want my girlfriend to be known as that kind of girl." Thoroughly fed up, I glared at him and asked, "I give up. What do you want me to go as?" Realizing he messed up, Brad backpedaled. "Come on, Kathy. You can go as whatever you want. You don't have to care about what I think." Frustrated to tears, I just ran upstairs and took all my costumes off. He clearly didn't understand how important my appearance was to me. Suddenly, without knocking, like he normally did, Brad entered the room saying, "Catherine, babe, calm down." I already planned on ending things with this jerk, but after the party, his last mistake was taking that decision away from me. Brad froze at the sight of my true form. My many mouths opened in anticipation, but for his sake, I changed quickly to another costume, that of a devil. I strode seductively towards him, as Brad just stood there, paralyzed with fear. So, yeah, we're not together anymore. But, on the plus side, I've finally decided I'm going as Brad this Halloween. "Mom, I don't like it. I want to get off." I was a bit surprised. He had always been so brave. I was way more afraid than him when we got on. I never liked to be so high up from the ground. "This will be so much fun," he had said when we were parking the car. I had kinda hoped that he would be strong for both of us. "Oh honey, I'm sorry that we can't get off now. The ride has already started. But remember the small roller coaster in the park we went to when you were little, with the funny clown? This is just like that, only bigger. And remember how awesome it was?" My son looked at me with watery eyes. Oh God, he had been so excited about this. I tried to swallow my own nervousness and keep talking to him to calm him down. My voice was shaking a bit, but I managed to put on a smile. "It's okay. You might feel a bit funny in your stomach. It's because of the speed and the changes in the force that pushes you. It's normal. Listen, do you hear me? Other people are scared too." He looked at me with his kind, blue eyes and nodded. Just barely. I wanted to hug him, but my back was pressing to the seat so heavily I couldn't move enough. So was his. My eyes caught a glimpse of the sun over my son's head. The sky was so bright. I tried to ignore the metallic clanging sound and people screaming somewhere that seemed to be far away. Oh, how I missed the ground. Then I felt a big drop on my stomach. We were going faster and faster. My son started sobbing and I tightened my grip on his hand. I thought he would become such a handsome man someday. He would end up having a good life and marry a nice girl, or a guy, who knows. I didn't care as long as he was happy. That's all I wanted, for him to be happy and not scared. "Hey, you know what? Close your eyes. This will be over soon. I'm here. I'm not letting go." Someone behind us started to scream. I felt my blood run cold. I tried to keep my focus on the one thing that mattered. My son's hand, my calm voice, kept telling him that it was going to be okay. Oh, he would become such a handsome man someday. But at this moment, he was just a 6-year-old boy on his first flight, going to surprise his grandparents all the way across the country. And the last thing I saw before I closed my eyes was the second engine on fire. We both woke up in the darkness, hugging each other tightly. Naked, bruised bodies, interlinked in fear and panic and confusion. The events from the previous night are all but fading whispers and amorphous shapes. We were at a party? There was booze, probably drugs, but neither of us could remember. Big black hole of nothing. A single ray of pale light hits us, and for the first time we could see the vertical walls, the crumbling brick prison, and the circular escape all the way up there. We were at the bottom of an abandoned well. We tried climbing, of course, climbing the slippery walls, climbing each other, fingernails digging deep into the crumbling bricks, but we couldn't even get halfway up before we tumbled down again. Yes, of course we cried for help. Screamed until my throat felt like gaping wounds. Screamed until our voices seemed trapped down there. Echoes bouncing back and forth discordantly. Despair set in, hopelessness, hunger and thirst and fatigue. And then, when we'd both all but given up, the rope was lowered down, slowly, steadily, salvation from above. I hesitated. Victoria didn't. She pounced at it like a wounded animal, furiously grabbing onto it, ascending in crazed and adrenaline-fueled spasm. As she struggled to find strength, she was halfway up when the first drop of blood hit my forehead. Then another. Then a continuous drizzle. Then a waterfall. I tried to yell at her, tried to warn her, but my voice was cracked and hoarse. Mere whispers emerging. It wasn't a rope, you see. It was a barbed wire. When the realization hit her, she panicked. I would have too. Piercing, anguishing wails filled the well, and she let go of the wire. But the wire didn't let go of her. She slid down it in a slow, convulsing intervals. Each inch another tear, another patch of skin left behind, another muscle severed, another waterfall of blood drenching me below. When she hit the ground, I couldn't even recognize her. All but skinless, all but a bloody lump of exposed flesh and organs and bones. I don't know how long it took, how long she lay there spasming in horrible pain. But she faded eventually. Nothing I could do. How do I get out? There wasn't. I couldn't think of any other way, you see. Last resort. You have to believe me. It was easy, so simple. The wire had done most of the job for me. Just needed to find patches that would cover my hands. Patches of her skin. So I tore them off her body. She was gone, right? Just needed her help, that's all. And it worked, you know. I'm here, I'm alive. I climbed the wire all the way up, collapsed on the ground above, exhausted, but triumphed. But then I heard it. Wheezing, pain breathing, whimpers from below. She was still alive. I'd skinned her alive. My God, I skinned her alive. Mom, why can't I go into the basement? That is the first thing I can remember speaking. That phrase would be repeated throughout my childhood, and every time I asked, I got the same response. It's not safe down there, so don't go down there. And that was that. Nothing more, nothing less. I accepted that theory in my younger years. I didn't really think it was unusual at the time. I was very outgoing as a child, and many things scared me, so I had no desire to go down there when I was younger. I only ever got suspicious of what was down in the basement until I was 13. I still remember that night vividly. It was a rather normal night. I was reading a book in my bed and listening to music. Usually, my mom would enter my room at about 9:30 and would tell me to go to sleep. But that didn't mean I did. Well, that night I was reading and realized that it was about 10:15 and my mother hadn't told me to go to sleep. That thought didn't stop me from reading, and after 15 more minutes, my mother entered my room. "Hey buddy, it's time to go to bed, and no leaving your room tonight." Last night, I had left bed to eat a snack, and my mother still believes I was trying to sneak out. "Okay, Mom," I answered as I turned off the lights. "Good night, bud," my mother said as she closed my door. I had trouble falling asleep. I still don't know why, but I didn't feel sleepy at all. I lost all hope of falling asleep when I began to hear muffled screams coming from the basement. After a couple of minutes, I decided to leave the room. When I left, I realized that the basement door was open. This disturbed me so much, I ran back into my room and stayed there for the rest of the night. The next morning, I questioned my mother, but she denied everything and chuckled everything up to nightmares. So that day, while my mother was at work, I picked the lock of the basement door with a paperclip and a pair of pliers. When I walked down the stairs, I found a tall creature with a disfigured face scratching the walls. I quickly ran upstairs and locked the door. About a month later, my mother committed suicide. As the police searched the house, they opened the basement door and found several bodies, the most recent of which was a tall man whose face had been bashed. So, it has come to this. My hand shakes erratically as the ballpoint pen documents a story I never in my wildest imagination thought I'd be sharing. A letter describing acts so heinous and gruesome it'd make even the strongest stomach churn relentlessly in convulsion contractions of disgust. I can feel the bile rising in the back of my throat as the recollection unfolds. And with each trembling stroke of the pen, a recurring thought echoes. How did it come to this? Dear Mom, I just can't stand the guilt anymore. Not after Anna left us. I can't be around Vanessa after that. I don't trust myself with her. What if the urges overcome me? What if one night I find myself choking the life out of my own baby daughter? Tears stain the cheap printed paper. So many. There's just so many. I can't keep up with all of them. I suppose the details don't really matter in the end. It's the confession that's vital. It's the words that will damn me, not the names. I've lost count. 20, 30, all young and pretty, all full of life. Necks so loud and slender and fragile, eyes sparkling with hope and dreams. To witness all that vanish, to watch as the flickering light of life fade and disappear, to have the power to single-handedly remove someone from existence. Who can resist such temptations? I know I can't. The crib creaks discordantly as it rocks hypnotically back and forth. Thank heavens Vanessa is sleeping. I don't want her to see this. I don't want her to remember her father dangling from a rope. You will find evidence in my basement. Pictures, trophies, enough to identify my subject. Enough to convict me in a posthumous trial. Enough to offer some manner of peace and solace to the grieving masses. almost at the end now. A strange calm overcomes me, facing the inevitability of everything. End of the line. And I know, deep down, it's the only way. Only way to be sure. I can see the harrowing rope swinging relentlessly in my peripheral vision. A constant, sobering reminder of the nature of my letter. I love you, Mom. Please believe that. And please, I beg of you, take care of Vanessa. Raise her as your own. Forget about me. Forget I ever existed. Let her play with her uncles and aunts and cousins. Let her grow up and live a full life. Let her live. I guess that's it. That's all I need. I hold the tear-stained letter up to the light, a worried glance thrown towards the ever-creaking crib. Very good, my brother says, a disturbing grin manifesting on his lips as he slowly removes the blade resting on my sleeping daughter's throat. Now, sign it. It's dark outside. The young woman turns to face the window. The candles glit on her table. She can feel them coming. The first to arrive is a young man, red-faced and painting. He pounds on her door, begging entry. When she opens it, he practically falls in, mumbling incoherent words. She sits him down, makes him some tea. Her old wooden chair creaks as they talk. He tells her that her time is running down. She tells him that she knows. He stays quiet for some time before asking why she doesn't leave. She tells him that she's ready to die. The second to arrive is her sister. She too bangs on the door. And when the door is opened, she hugs her sister with bone-cracking fervor. She cries. The young woman only smiles. The third is not any one person, but an army of angry people. You all know the old stories, pitchforks and torches and angry chants. The rage of the ignorant holds no comparison among men. They shout at her, calling her disgusting, evil, abomination. They wield their words like they wield their weapons, with intent to kill. Finally, they grow tired of waiting outside her door. They kick it down and grab her by the arms. Dragging her by a rope they wove for just this purpose. They cast off the young man and the sister, refusing to hear their pleas for mercy. The young woman is silent, though tears trace track in the dirt on her face, and her hands scrabble in the mud for purchase. They drag her to a pyre they created in the image of Christ. The cross, made from rotten timber and old twine, stands tall and proud above a pile of straw and driftwood. Its spindly top seems to cut the sky with its jagged edge. They tie her down roughly, nearly cutting off her hands. They scream with joy, dancing in the light of torches as they lower them to the pile. They set her alive. Their cries of "Burn the witch, burn her," echo through the night. The young woman does not scream. She does not beg. She only smiles. She knows that before the end of the night, they'll know what it really means to have a witch in your midst. Her sister uncovers her face with her hands, looking to the sky as her tears fall down her cheeks. She feels the first drop of rain. She knows that it's too late. She smiles, and the rain begins to fall. I'd programmed him to be a service droid to begin with, only able to refer to me as father. When he found the paints in the attic, though, I felt curious, so I built in the ability to paint from observation, not imagination. He started off small, spending hours painting flora and fauna, till he began to work on a whole landscape. I often liked to pretend they were my own, with guests. In some indirect way, they were. The first offer was far higher than I had ever expected, so I accepted without hesitation. The first sale of many. Things started going wrong when he started painting me in my sleep. I demanded to know his thought process, but he gave no answer, instead asking what I was doing in them. So while he painted, I began to teach him. I told him how humans sleep and dream. I read him books, told him of great mountains on Mars and battles that shaped the course of human history. All the while, Rodney painted. Soon, I was making a small fortune, and Rodney's paintings hung from prestigious galleries across the country. All the while, Rodney painted, unknowns to the world. The call came about my own gallery not long after. He spent months alone, as he had requested. My final series will soon be ready, Father. I was able to see Rodney's final series not 24 hours before I handed it over to the gallery for the opening. They were nothing short of the macabre. Grotesque observations of dying rats and birds, blasphemous tapestries, blood-red anguish, cold, unfeeling voids. Rodney's final series. He gave no explanation at the time. I took the paintings and locked the attic door behind me. The opening was an astounding success. Crowds gasped, cried at Rodney's work. Offers were made beyond anything I had imagined. I was hailed as a triumph, my magnum opus. The house was silent when I came home. Rodney was still in the attic, however. What was left of him, hunks of metal, disjointed gears, and wiring strewn about the place. The bulk of him lay resting by the canvas, paintbrush in hand. I ran over to him, saw the note he had left in his perfect programmed handwriting. I've always seen the things I painted, Father. You taught me how to dream, and in my dream they came to me. But you never taught me what happens when we die, Father. This is what I must discover for myself. His last painting is still in the attic if you wish to find it. I cannot put into words what he painted, only that if it's truly what he saw in his final moment, then I fear death more than anything, except living with the memory of what I saw. Let it be known to the world, dear reader, that Rodney liked to paint. Signing off, Father. Hey there, kiddo. My father grinned and waved at me from behind the wheel of his car as he pulled up outside our house. Daddy, I shouted. I dropped the ball I'd been playing with and ran to him. How's it going? He asked, closing the car door behind him. Good, I said. I gave him a hug. I was about half his height. He seemed so tall. Haven't seen you in a while, he smiled, tousling my hair. Your mom won't let me. I know, I said, and followed up with a standard request. Show me a trick. You wanna see one? He asked. He knew I was always a ready audience. Yes, I said, hopping up and down. He slid a deck of cards out of his shirt pocket. He shuffled gracefully. It was a smooth, practiced action. I loved the sound it made. Watched as he cut with one hand, sprayed the cards from one palm to the other. Pick a card, he told me. Don't let me see it. I did. The Queen of Hearts. Now put it back in the deck, he said. I slid the card into the middle of the deck. He shuffled again. Then he gave me the cards. Shuffle them up so I can't find it. I did. He took the cards back from me, pretended to concentrate for a moment, and then pulled the Queen of Hearts from the top of the deck. Is that it? I clapped and laughed. Another, I demanded. He took a $50 out of his pocket. My father was the only person I've ever known that had a $50 in his pocket. With a flourish, he grabbed it with one hand out of the pinched fingers of the other. Which hand is it in? He asked. I thought I'd be clever and picked the one least likely to have a coin in it. I was wrong, and to prove I didn't have a chance, he showed me the other hand, and it wasn't there either. I'd seen this trick before, but it was still great. Another, I shouted. Okay, he said. In just a minute. He stood up straight, glancing around our suburban street. You wait here, sweetheart, he told me. I don't know where he got it from, but I noticed that he was trying to hide a rather large butcher knife behind one leg. Where did he get that from? Amazing. He placed his free hand gently on my shoulder. I'm going to go into the house for a minute, make your mother disappear, and then we'll have all the time in the world for magic. Sounds good? I nodded. Play with your ball, he told me warmly as he walked up to the front door, the knife still hidden behind one leg. So I did, and wondered what trick I'd get to see when he came back. Close eye, fall in sleep. There was something alarmingly familiar about it, like a long forgotten memory resurfacing, rotten and decayed, torn at the edges, now reduced to nothing but an unreliable reel of faded filmic images flashing before my eyes. I quietly snuck out my daughter's room and called my mom, the strange words echoing softly in the back of my mind. I could remember my grandma sitting at my bed, her wrinkly hands stroking my neck gently, a somber gaze wandering from my door to me, then back to the door again. Close eye, fall in sleep, she whispered hoarsely, leaning in close, ancient wrinkles dancing as her face tensed. I squirmed, but couldn't free myself from her vice-like grip. Old spindly fingers digging into my soft skin like feral claws. Aubrey? My mom answered. Is everything okay? Yeah, I stammered. I was just wondering. I couldn't have been older than 3, 4, because my grandma died days before I turned 5. One of my earliest memories, I think, and the only one I have of my grandmother. My mom always told me she was a witch, a real witch, old country beliefs. I was just thinking about Grandma Edora, I said. Oh yeah? Mom replied. That's strange, I had a dream about her not too long ago. I remember I screamed as my grandmother tightened her grip, those piercing fingers wrapping around muscles and sinew, her eyes wide open, and her face frozen in a terrifying expression. It must have been back when I was 3 or 4, I said, throwing brief worried glances into Penelope's room. She was putting me to bed. Oh, that's strange, my mom said. She hardly ever did that. Are you sure it was her? I remembered she leaned in close. Her crooked nose nearly touched mine, her gaze unflinching and intense. Positive, I said. She whispered this strange phrase to me, and I don't know. She did what? My mom said, her voice cracking. I remember her tongue hanging out, drool dripping down on my chin. Then she whispered it again, only this time it was like the words formed inside my head. Close eye, fall in sleep. I said, that's the phrase. I know it's probably nothing, but I just heard Penelope whispering those very same words in her sleep. And I don't know. I'm just curious about the origin, I guess. That's impossible, my mom said. You must be mistaken. The last thing I remember from that night is my grandmother's hair brushing against my face as she bobbled her head up and down, rhythmically. Why is that? I asked. I heard Penelope moving relentlessly in her bed. Because, my mom said, your grandmother was born a mute. She never spoke a word in her life. The door to Penelope's room suddenly slammed shut. A hoarse whisper crept into my ears, a raspy murmur devoid of human qualities. Close eye, fall in sleep. I know when my husband is cheating on me. It's funny, something like 60% of marriages end in infidelity. But you never think it'll be yours. There are so much articles on it too. How to tell, what signs to watch for. Is he spending too much time at the office or just working hard? Crappy episodes on daytime TV, some silly girls sobbing as it's all revealed. These articles, shows, dramas, they're for weaker women. I knew the moment my husband didn't love me anymore. Oh, it started small. He'll smile more for no reason. He'll laugh at little things she says or does. Things that he would have never in a million years found funny if you said them. And it will only get worse. His face would light up like a sun when he sees her. And he will see her. You cannot stop it. She's everywhere in his life. Invasive like a cancer or a leech. Sucking all of his attention and love away from you. And then, even worse, his friends, your friends, will notice. They'll tell you they've never seen him before like this. How happy he is. It's enough to make you sick. And finally, he'll tell you. Tell you he's never felt love like this before. That he doesn't know how he lived without her. Well, something had to be done, obviously. I love my husband. I'm not having some little temptress steal him away from me. What kind of a woman would I be then? No. So I took matters into my own hands. Thank God she's still little. I don't think I could have drowned her that easily if she could walk just yet. As I stared at the wrapped, black-painted, metal door to my crawlspace, I breathed deeply to steel my nerves. It'll be fine. Anything you find under there will be more afraid than you are of it. And it's just a kitten. Kittens are cute. That was my attempt at soothing myself. It didn't work. We moved into this house just over 2 years ago. Unable to believe the deal we got for the amount of land and living space, and I had never gotten the courage to crawl underneath. I didn't have a reason to. Everything worked, so there was nothing that would necessitate going into its dark underbelly. Recently, our air conditioning had some issues. It's way too hot in Georgia for that, since our house is more than a few decades old. The ductwork for the system is in our crawl space. The entire AC unit is connected to a hole punched out of the bricks beneath our living room. The end result is that there is a significant gap between the bricks and the ductwork inside our unit. Per our AC technician, there's some pretty large faces down there, much bigger than a rodent. It's probably a raccoon or something, pretty common. The problem is that the unit is a bit older, so it sits on a pedestal which has a nice size gap for these sort of things to get in. I tried to call pest control, but they couldn't make it out for 2 more days. Now, my 11-year-old son tells me he has been hearing sounds coming from his air vent for quite a while. He said he didn't think much about it and thought it was just house noises. After I informed the family of what the technician said, my son said he would listen more closely. Tonight, he swore he heard a kitten meowing. Unfortunately, I have a soft spot for kittens that overtake my fear of dark, cramped spaces under my house. I unlock and remove the door, then shine my flashlight into the pitch black space. Mazes of pipes and insulated ductwork meet my eyes. A split second before the stench of feces and urine hits my nose. How hadn't we smelled it before? I get on my hands and knees, but I can't see very far inside. Flat on my belly, I wriggle beneath a piece of ductwork. It looks like a toilet exploded here. The smell is overwhelming, but at least I can hear the kitten now. Its meow is tiny and scared. We've always wanted a cat, but never found time to get one. "Coming, kitty," I croon. My claustrophobia is setting in. Wires are catching my pens every 5 feet or so. It's slow going. I see something. Eyes. Human eyes. My flashlight lights up something that might be human. 2 little gray skin stretched over bones. I try to scream, but nothing comes out. My foot is tangled. I can't turn around. It's coming. Kids say the darnest things, don't they? You know how it is. The little rascals overhear something they can't quite understand and spin this crazy embellished version of it, complete with a lavish fantasy world to accompany the absurdity. I swear, it's enough to drive you mad. Granted, my sweet little Clarence has what you would call an extremely overactive imagination, to the point where I'm not even sure he sees the world like we do, if it makes sense. It's like I don't quite know how to explain it, like he sometimes loses himself in his own mind. The puzzling nature of his creations so overwhelming that he fails to grasp what's real and what isn't. It's not the first time it has happened either, let me assure you. Clarence has quite a history of doing this, you see. I always forgive him for it. Of course I do. There's never any hard feelings. He is but a child. And what kind of parent would I be if I didn't nurture his wonderful creativity? A bad one, wouldn't you say? Mostly, it's innocent, unnoticeable. Just a tiny white lie, or rather, exaggeration, I should say. Rephrasing something he's overheard, bringing false truth to life, so to speak. In a way, if enough people believe it, would it even be false? Could it, through the sheer number of believers, become true? I'm sure I read something to that effect somewhere. Oh, I do apologize. I tend to get a bit worked up when talking about my Clarence. I suppose we should get back to the matter at hand. What I'm getting at, Miss Nichols, and I'm certain you realize this by now, but just to avoid confusion, you shouldn't always listen to what Clarence tells you. And even if you do, which, honestly, I completely understand, he's such an eloquent boy, so don't feel bad about it. But even if you do, you shouldn't always believe him. It's preposterous, really. Hilarious. Just such an absurd notion. One day, I assure you, we'll all sit back and laugh about it. So, just to be clear, Miss Nichols, when Clarence told you that we kept a little girl locked in a box in our basement, he wasn't telling the truth. And when he told you that she wasn't alone, that we over the last few years have had multiple children locked in boxes, that was also just nonsense. I'm sure you understand this. But just in case you don't, we'll let you sit in your box for a little while. Just a little while. Just until you realize that kids say the darnest things. I got a letter from my estranged brother. Well, I suppose estranged is putting it lightly. We share nothing but disdain for each other. Why? Because he's an asshole, of course. People always said we were so much alike, but I never saw it. Liar, cheat, conman, backstabber. Any of these and more would be an accurate description of Joshua. But I am certainly none of these. Joshua and I are identical twins, though, so I suppose on a purely superficial level we are indeed very much alike. But Joshua is a villain, and I am the everyman. I won't even get into the things that he did to me, simply because it's too painful to recount. Let's just say it included, but was not limited to, mental abuse, public humiliation, and torture. Despite the shit stain my brother has always been, Joshua does have a daughter I like very much. Julie calls once in a while to chat, and it's clear she feels guilt about who her father is. With some trepidation, I opened my brother's letter. I could only imagine the kind of bullshit I was about to see. Hey Jim, Julie may have told you that I'm in poor health. I have many regrets and just want to make things right with you. So I booked a trip for us to take together. Just you and me at the beautiful resort in Brazil. The dynamic duo in action, just like the days before I became who I no longer want to be. Please say yes. Please give me the chance to be a brother again. Joshua. So there it is, the seed my brother hopes that will take root and grow into a new beginning for us. Just hop on that flight and meet him in Brazil, and spend a few weeks getting to know him again. Share some beers and shed a few tears. I know what you're thinking. Don't do it, Jim. Screw that asshole. And you would be right to see it that way. However, I know something you don't. I know that Joshua's kidneys are failing. I know that I'll be kidnapped shortly after exiting the airport. I know he plans to take both of my kidneys. I know that he doesn't know that I have late-stage renal cancer. I know that the shady surgeon will find that cancer and transplant the kidneys into Joshua regardless. I know a man with my identical DNA will likely fare no better against the cancer that would have likely earned me a terminal diagnosis. I know I will die on that table. I know his suffering will end and a new kind will begin. I know Joshua will leave a substantial inheritance. I know his loving daughter, Julie, helped him plan all of this. And now you know I convinced her to do it. We started doing the dive when we were just kids. It was a silly tradition between me, Emily, and Davy that we figured out together while playing in the woods. Just past the rickety old church, where the weather vane squeaked in the wind, down the moss-ridden path with a dead man's finger sticking out. And if you continue all the way through the dark and twisting woods, with wind calling on your name, you'd come up to a large dead tree we called the Hollow Man. It had a ball-sized hole in the middle, and that's where we have our dare. The rule was simple. After sundown, go to the Hollow Man and leave our silver carnival coins inside. Then make your way back without running. Then the next person to do the dare would come and pick up the coin by morning. 2 weeks into our little game, Davey started a betting pool of sorts. Every time we do the dare, we also put $5 in the little wooden box under the tree. Day by day, the money piled up. The game continued into high school. We just swapped the coin for cigarettes or candies. The little box stayed too. We pitched in a cent here and there, joking we're gonna save up the money for when the carnival comes back in town. But as the scare factor went down with teenage adrenaline, we had to up the ante by betting more things. I put in my summer's job extra $50. Emily betted the pearl necklace from an old boyfriend. Davey somehow got an antique brooch. We decided that the last person to chicken out gets the money. It went all the way into our summer years just before college. I was due to leave for State University. Davey and Emily opted to stay behind and manage their family businesses. Even with all our newfound responsibilities, no one stopped the dare. That is, until Emily didn't pick up the cigar box on her day, then the next, and the next. Davey and I agreed that Emily thought she had better things to do. The 3 nights that Emily skipped meant Davey was next to do the dive. When he heard footsteps crunching on the leaves behind him, he should have turned and ran. When he felt looming shadows growing darker among the twisting branches, he should have called it quits. It was too late when the rock in my hand connected with the back of his head. He went down like a sack and slumped over the forest path, bloody bubbles rising from the hole in his head. I swung and hit him over and over until his face was mush on the ground beside me. Sorry, man, I lamented, standing over his corpse. Neither of you were chickening out, and college is expensive. I'm going to die. There's nothing you can do about it. It's an inevitable fact of life, and it just happened to be a little quicker than most. So, why am I writing to you? I don't know your name, I don't know your age, I don't know your face, but the man who brought me here told me to write a letter, so I'm writing it to you. Hey, my name is Jonah. I'm 14 years old. I have no family, no close friends, and no real will to live. According to the man, this makes me his ideal victim. I know I'm a bit young. That always surprises people, how young I am. I don't really care. If you're old, that just means you've suffered longer. The man is a serial killer. They called him the suicide killer, because he only ever kills people who plan to kill themselves. He told me that it's mercy. I'm not allowed to describe him. He said that he would burn the letter if I told you anything about him. He doesn't want you to be able to recognize him when he comes for you. So, Here I am, about to die, writing a letter to his next victim. I think he's going to hang me, a poetic way to go. And he said he's going to shoot you, a painless way to go. So just be ready, but I know that you're planning on dying anyways, so maybe it doesn't matter to you. Maybe it is mercy. I'm sorry, Jonah. If anyone finds this letter, I have gone back in time to find my mom. You don't have to look for me elsewhere, because you won't find me. I promise I am safe. I will miss you all terribly, especially my best friend Maurice. But I will be back again with my mom when we find her. My dad has been working on the time machine for months, all day and all night. I sometimes speak to him before going to bed, and when I wake up, but most of the time he's in the basement. At first I was scared, because he'd always scream and throw things, but he told me he just gets angry because it's hard work, and that he is not angry with me. We're not doing so good when Mom isn't here. That's why we have to go back and find her. I'm always hungry. Dad is always drinking, and I don't think he even has a job anymore. It's okay, don't feel bad. We will go back in time, and we will find her. I think it's the best time for us to go now. We're not supposed to live here anymore, according to the letter we got. Dad doesn't read the mail anymore, but I sometimes read some of the letters, even though I don't always understand all of it. There's a lot of numbers and words like final notice, which I don't know what means, but it sounds serious. But we don't have to worry anymore. That's what I'm saying. We're going to find her, 100% true, and then we'll come back, and everything is going to be okay. Dad doesn't lie. He's never lied to me before, so it's true. I know it. He showed me the time machine yesterday. It's so shiny, it fits all three of us, and it's really comfy and warm. He's getting it ready as I'm writing this, so I better hurry up and go now. There are things we must do before we go, you see. It's because we can't normally travel through time, so we have to prepare our bodies. I just swallowed the pills he gave me. They're for temporal sickness. I had to swallow 9 of them, since I'm 9 years old. My dad swallowed lots more. Then, all we have to do is lay down in the time machine, and suddenly, we'll find Mom again, and she won't be dead anymore. Isn't that the best? Just have to close my eyes, and everything will be like it was before. I'm getting very sleepy. I have to go now. I hope you find this letter, Maurice. Don't be sad. I'll be back soon. Why won't Mommy get out of bed? It's morning now, the sun is up. She should be up too, making breakfast or at least getting ready. But instead, she stays in her room, the door shut, the lights turned off. It makes me curious. I go to her door, open it a little. It's dark, but I can see her, wrapped up in covers like a cocoon.
Mommy, I whisper.
She doesn't answer.
Mommy?
She doesn't even move. I know Mommy loves me very, very much. That's what makes me curious. If she loves me, why does she stay in bed all morning, not answering when I call? But then I think, maybe she's sick. Maybe she's hurt. Now I'm worried. I open the door a little bit further. Quietly, I sneak inside. The air in Mommy's room smells funny. It's hard to see where I'm going. I move real slow and quiet and careful. Soon, I'm at her bed. I say, "Hey, Mommy." I wait. Nothing. Up close, I can see she's lying on her side, away from me. Her covers only go to her shoulders. I see her back freckles, her curly red hair. I poke her.
Hello? Are you sleeping?
I was going to say some other stuff too, but then I heard it. It sounds kinda like a puppy, or maybe a baby rabbit when you give it an apple slice. It's a happy sound of animals, but it's sad when Mommy makes it. It means she's crying.
Mommy?
I say.
Are you sad? Are you sick?
Still, she doesn't answer. Now, I'm mad. I'm mad because this time I know Mommy's awake. She's ignoring me. Even if you're crying, you shouldn't ignore someone. That's rude. All at once, I jump up on the bed. It's not a nice thing to do, but I really, really am mad. I grab Mommy's arm and pull her toward me. Then, I get up real close and say,
Listen carefully, you ungrateful little shit. I've been very patient with you.
I make my scariest frown as I hold her face to mine. She feels so small. My hands fit easily around her neck. It would have been easy for me to kill all your children. When I took you, I could have slashed their throats as well, but I held back as a gesture of goodwill, so that you'd accept your new home, so that you learn your role. You must always remember, you have a role to play here, and you'd better put some heart into it, because there's nothing stopping me from strolling back to that pretty white house and finishing the job. It's quiet for a while after that, like we're both in a timeout. But suddenly, I'm not mad anymore. I look at Mommy. Her eyes are red, but she's not crying. I think we're okay. I say,
Mommy, will you brush my hair?
"Okay, sweetie," she says. After that, pancakes? Okay. I think I uncovered a conspiracy that goes deeper than any other. I'm not one of those weirdos who run around saying that 5G causes autism or whatever. This shit is real. So remember when y'all were kids and you'd get a letter sent home whenever someone would have lice or nits? You'd have to spend the rest of the afternoon in the bath, scrubbing away. I've been in the arthropod business for a little over 5 years now. And last night, they gave me the brief about nits. Nits and lice aren't just little fleas that make your hair itchy. Oh no, you know what they are. They're parasites, evil little creatures that burrow far, far into your scalp. Once they burrow into your head, they keep digging until they reach your brain. After the lice are in your brain, they eat. You'd be surprised at how much one single louse can eat. It's not noticeable for at least a week or so, but every now and then your head will twitch. It picks up pace after a week. When your head starts to really get itchy, the itch is absolutely insane. It feels like someone is lightly rubbing a comb through your hair. The nits know better than to eat all of your brain and inner head. They just know to eat the stuff you can function without. Basic numeracy and literary skills, emotive capacity, memories, anything that doesn't stop you from walking and moving will disappear. Once that's all gone, you're effectively a husk of a person, a shell, blank eyes staring, mouth open, scratching the top of your head for the rest of your life, trying to satisfy that itch that is 5 millimeters out of your reach. Y'all think I'm joking? They showed me a security video of it happening to a student in class. She walked in and sat down next to her friend. God, she looked like a bright kid, not even 14. After 10 minutes into the class, she scratched her head. 2 minutes after that, again. Not even 30 seconds had passed before she had kneeled over and began scratching furiously. She began screaming, scraping and peeling at her head, trying to get the lice out. It wasn't too long before she stopped shrieking. The top half of her head had been reduced to a bloody, hairy mess. Her 3 middle fingers had lost their nails on each hand. That didn't stop her slowly moving her hands back and forth atop her head, while her classmates all ran out the room in search for help. The security tape ended after that, and honestly, I struggled to imagine what she'd be doing now, sitting in the paddle room, dragging her fingers back and forth, back and forth. If any of you ever hear of any lice outbreak, remove yourself as fast as possible. You know the consequences. Do not risk it under any circumstances. Stay safe and try not to scratch. Let's start at the beginning, Miss Jameson. How would you describe the relationship between Liam and his father? Stepfather. Frank was his stepfather. Oh, I understand. How would you say they got along before all of this? He was afraid of him, I know that much. Any particular incident that comes to mind? He's good, you know, deep down in his heart. I know it. But it wasn't easy. He could get very angry. In what way? He'd let us know when he wasn't happy with us, slam a fist in the table, threaten us. He was better to me, but I felt it too. The tension, always having to step on eggshells around him, the looks of contempt. You can't live with that. Not for very long, anyways. Any violence? He was never violent towards me. Not really. He'd pull my hair sometimes, maybe grab me by the throat, but it never went beyond that. So there was violence. He would never admit it, you know. He was proud like that. Strong, kind. He wanted to protect me. But I saw the bruises, never a day without new bruises. How long has this been happening? It started already when Frank moved in. He took over the household immediately, and it has been going downhill ever since. I'm sorry that I have to ask these questions, but why didn't you report it? I wanted to, I really did, but at the same time, I couldn't. Not only do I love him, but I also feared how he'd react when he found out. Feared he would kill us. How long has Frank been living with you? About a year now, give or take. That's a long time to live in fear. It really is. Let's move on to the night of. I understand you called it in a little after midnight. Yes, it was a bad day, but it only got worse. When I heard Frank yelling from upstairs and furniture smashing against the walls, I knew I had to do something. So you decided to step in? What? No. What are you talking about? I just called the police. I'm sorry, Miss Jameson. I'm not sure I'm following. Did you or did you not stab Frank with a kitchen knife?
No, why on earth would I do that?
To protect your son? To stop Frank from harming him?
Are you serious?
Haven't you heard a word I've said? Frank is the kindest man I've ever known. He wouldn't hurt a fly.
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand. It's Liam I'm scared of.
You don't know what that boy is capable of, detective. For the love of God, don't let him out of your sight. You're telling me Liam killed Frank. Liam's not normal, detective. How do you think I lost my first husband? Movie nights, man, there's something special about them, you know? Magical. Sharing an experience with someone you really care about. Moments to remember. It doesn't matter if the movie is shitty, or the acting is bad, or if there's plot holes all over. In the end, it's all about the people you're with.
Man, you gotta watch this part. You'll love this.
I say, popcorn flying all over, as I flail my arms around excitedly. Yes, I'm one of those people. Freddy doesn't seem to mind. Most people hate it when I talk too much or when I get a little too animated. But Freddy really gets me, you know. He knows I mean nothing by it. He doesn't even wince, old Freddy. What a champ. Haha, did you see that? I punch him playfully in the shoulder. Freddy and I go way back. Old pals, you know. It's Freddy, right? Yeah, has to be. He's got that face. Fred, Freddy, Frederick, the F-train. A little on the shy side, old Freddy. He doesn't talk much. That's alright though, Freddy. I can do the talking. Hey Freddy, Freddy, I say, stuffing my face with yet another fistful of popcorn. This one is a hell of a movie, man. He'd never admit it, but he loves it. I can tell. He doesn't want to love it, but he does. That's Freddy for you. Don't let those dead old eyes fool you. He's a barrel of emotion, that one. Real softy, when push comes to shove. Look at him shaking, all leaf-like. Oh, he's feeling it, alright.
Oh man, this is my favorite part. I nudge him. Remember this part, Freddy?
Sure he does. He saw it not an hour ago. I could tell already then that he'd love the director's cut.
See, I told you.
I lean forward to get a better angle.
I messed up when I cut her throat.
There's not enough blood. That's why I had to do the second take. Freddy cheers me on by wailing hysterically. We're all different, Freddy. We all show excitement in different ways. I mean, your wife. That was smooth. I note with professional interest. She bled out in seconds. She didn't fight back like your daughter. Just calmly accepted it. Respect. He's rocking back and forth in the couch wildly. I guess the rope will hold a little while longer. Soon, at the end credits now. I gotta say, Freddy, I pat him on the back. This has been an enjoyable evening. We should do it again sometime. Freddy is such a stand-up fellow. He doesn't want me to leave, I can tell. I know Freddy. We go way back.
Alright, I say, rewinding the tape. Just one more time, yeah? What is this, the 10th viewing?
You must really dig this movie, Freddy. Can't say I blame you though. It's a true masterpiece. Movie nights, man. There's just something special about movie nights. I saw him the first time in a cafe across my street. I noticed him in the crowd of people instantly. He looked handsome, more so beautiful. He was different from all the people I have seen before. Not that I have a lot of friends. I'm the least social person you will ever meet. But he was different. You'll know when you look at him. only you won't be able to see him. You won't even know his existence. You won't even know if he walks past you. And you will see him only twice in your life. One, when you are born, but you are too young to remember. And two, when you are dying, but too scared to remember. I don't know why I can see him. I don't know what changed in my life on that day I first saw him. And I knew instantly that he was different. Maybe I should have taken the cue. Maybe if I had paid attention, this day would have never come. Maybe if I knew, I would have tried to live my life differently. I can never be credited for being a good person. I just couldn't be not selfish at any given point of time. And that is exactly the reason I can't understand why I stepped in to push a child away from the oncoming truck. If the child was hit, it would have been his mother's fault for not looking after him. Her fault for ignoring the child to gossip with a woman. I still do not understand why my legs started moving before my brain could summarize the situation. They say before you die, your life will flash in front of your eyes. Mine didn't. The only thing flashing in front of my eyes is his smile. The slight smile on the curve of his lips did not exhibit satisfaction. It was more of a sad smile, a smile of pity. And then I hit the road head first after getting thrown into the air. I did not feel any pain, but a sudden realization flashed in front of my eyes. A realization of who he was, what he does. You will meet him twice in your life. Once to give you something, and next take it back from you and give it to another person. I don't know how many people have known him before and how many will see him after me. People generally call him the Grim Reaper, death, or any such term of death. You will too if you see him when you are old enough to remember, and you will easily mistake him for death itself. But the moment my head hit the road, I realized his name. He laid next to me on the road. The sad smile transferred from his lips to mine. I have finally recognized him, whom people call Fate. I look in the mirror and straighten my tie. When I go out, I want to look nice. My reflection smiles, but I don't feel it. My apartment is a mess, but that doesn't matter because I have a date. I didn't tell my friends about it. I was apprehensive. I know in my heart this will be the only date we'll have. I never liked her much before, but these past few weeks, she's somehow just become more and more attractive. And I've started to find her smile endearing, and her eyes warm and welcoming. I give myself a last once over, then pull on my overcoat and head out the door, trying not to see the orange notice taped to the door. Not that it matters, because I have a date. My watch says it's almost 6 p.m. I'm making good time. The taxi pulls in front of me and I get in, giving him the location. A park. The park I chose isn't very popular. There's typically only a few kids and joggers in the early afternoon. By this time, we'll have the whole place to ourselves, I'd imagine. The taxi pulls up and I step out, suddenly becoming hesitant. The pesky what-ifs fill my head. No, I tell myself. It's too late to turn back now. She'll be expecting you. I dressed my best just for this date. I sit on the bench and wait. I'm nervous and sweating, and my hands are beginning to shake. I reach into my jacket and pull out my gun. As I press it against my head, I think of how wonderful it would be to meet her. Death, that is. I close my eyes and pull the trigger. My dad isn't a very nice man most days. He drinks a lot, and shouts a lot, and hits a lot, and I don't think he even smiles, unless it is to mock my mom or me. He likes that, making fun of us. But mostly he's just angry. So very, very angry. My mom told me one time that he doesn't really mean it, that he is just stressed about work and money, and that he really loves us, you know, deep down. He just has a hard time showing it, she told me. I believe her. People are different, my teacher, Miss Slinger, always says. It doesn't mean there's anything wrong with them. They just can't help it, you see. It's how they're born. She does ask me about my bruises a lot, though. Mom told me not to tell her, so I didn't. We just have a very slippery and steep stairs, is all. But last night, my dad was very nice. It started like every night. I was trying to sleep, but I couldn't before my dad was shouting again. I couldn't hear my mom, but she was always quiet, so I didn't really think much of it. He was really angry though, because he started breaking stuff too. Bottles, furniture I think, lots of noise. I hid under my pillow and tried to think about other things, but it never really works. I just knew that when he got angry enough, he wouldn't stop at Mom. He'd come to me too, call me names, and hit me if I opened my mouth or cried. But not last night. He came up to my room while I was still hiding, but he wasn't angry no more. His voice sounded so strange, shivering and low. "I'm sorry," he muttered. "I really didn't mean to scare you. I won't do it anymore, I promise." I was very confused, but I was brave enough to look at him. He looked so sad, a droopy face, like he really, really meant it. Like he was really sorry. "It's okay, Dad," I said. "You're just different, is all." He nodded slowly. "I have to go now," he said. "But you're a very special girl, Emma. Always remember that." He dropped something on the floor just as he left. I felt sort of happy. He's never said anything like that, you know. I slept very good last night. No noise or shouting. But I think I figured out why he was so nice to me. Maybe, just maybe, he was so mad for so long that it all wore out. Maybe it's just like gasoline on a car, or like a candle slowly melting. Like he shed his angry for good, and now he's all nice. I don't know if that's true, but it would explain what I found when I woke up. Lying there by my door, all yucky and gross, my father's angry face. Fake lips, fake eyelashes, fake brows, fake complexion, fake curves and fake hair. All that, and no wonder blokes don't trust women nowadays. I ring the doorbell and my date answers, looking just as stunning as when I'd ask her out at the pub. Anthea is a Mediterranean beauty, dark blonde hair framing her bandaged dress. Her olive skin, radiant. But that's just how she looks. Me and my mates know looks can be deceiving. The amount of foundation some of these stuck-up birds in our neighborhood trawl on is atrocious. Who gave them the idea that vain cake faces are what guys dig? Everyone always jokes about how, if you don't want to wake up next to a 2, you need to take her swimming first. Well, I'm not joking tonight. "Where are we heading?" Athea coyly asks from my passenger seat. I hope I'm not overdressed. I reply. I was thinking we could take a walk by the shore, sit on the pier, and just relax. Sure, that sounds like a nice first date. Just no swimming, okay? Typical princess, I think smugly as I nod. What Miss Perfect doesn't know is that I'm actually planning a midnight dip in the sea for her. It'll be the ultimate gag, snapping a video for the group chat of an ice queen melting after I tossed her off the pier. Tonight was wonderful, Alfie. Athea swoons to me later that evening, dangling her legs over the jetty. Superstitiously, I set my phone on the boardwalk to record her climbing out of the ocean. Now, it's finally showtime. Interlocking my fingers with hers, I suddenly send the two of us lurching into the water. As I surface, I expected to see running mascara and waterlogged extensions. Indeed, my date's form is beginning to melt away. But what I'm glimpsing is skin shedding into scales, finger melding into webbed claws. I could only tread water as the woman metamorphosizes into a monster before my eyes. Whatever illusion this creature had going, seawater had clearly broken it, and Athea is not happy.
We could have had so much more fun together, she hisses, incensed. This is premature.
With that, the sea siren viciously seizes me and drags me underneath the waves, her voice echoing on as water fills my lungs.
I only take men drowning on the last date.
Thank you for calling the Fieldman Hotel customer service line. Please listen carefully to the following menu items. Para español, presione 9. For continental breakfast hours, press 1. To schedule a wake-up call, press 2. To order room service, press 3. For shuttle schedule to nearby attractions and events, press 4. To report an issue or complaint, press 5. Please listen carefully to the following menu items. To report a plumbing issue, press 1. To report an electrical issue, press 2. To report a heating or air conditioning issue, press 3. To file a noise disturbance complaint, press 4. To report an issue that does not meet the preceding criteria, press 5. Please listen carefully to the following menu items. If your room's TV is turning on and off by itself, press 1. If there's a rhythmic knocking coming from within the vents, press 2. If your room is on the second floor or higher and someone is tapping on your window, press 3. If you hear a little girl's voice singing nursery rhymes from your bathroom sink's drain, press 4. If it is between the hours of 1:16 a.m. and 3:29 a.m. and there is a woman in blue robe standing in the southwest corner of the room facing the wall, press 5. Listen carefully, do not move, focus on the sound of my voice, tune out everything else. Ignore the muffled footsteps on your carpet, ignore the fingers tracing up and down your back. Ignore the heavy breathing in your ear. Do not acknowledge her in any way. Do not move or speak, and she will not harm you. Focus on my words. If you have followed these instructions, then by now she will be gone, and you are free to hang up and move about the room. We apologize for any inconvenience this might have caused you. Enjoy the rest of your stay, and upon checking out, please accept a complimentary gift basket on behalf of the Fieldman Hotel. Thank you. Goodbye. So, Mr. Stickland, tell us about your name.
Stickman, it's rather self-explanatory, isn't it? I have a penchant for painting cadavers, or stickmen. The intricate subtleties of decay, rot, muscular decomposition, and tissue defilement's a particular interest of mine. After a while, the critics started calling me Stickman, and with the time, I simply embraced the name. And the inspiration behind these paintings? Oh, you know, the usual. It started out pretty mundane. Books on anatomy, horror, art macabre, the odd autopsy report. Autopsy reports? Yeah, I'd toss a corner a few coins, and she'd look the other way while I studied some of the photos. I would guess half of my works are inspired by a sordid mix of those. And the other half? Oh, you know how it goes. Art is all about pushing boundaries, challenging the status quo, moving past invisible barriers, raging against the machine, etc. The next logical step was, of course, to bring in a real one for close examination. A real one? A real cadaver. And boy, they aren't as easy to come by as you might think. So how did you get them? I attempted to go through the proper channels first. I really did. Late night visits to the graveyards with a shovel. You know the drill. But have you ever tried exhuming a body? It's exhausting. 6 feet of excruciating manual labor. Took me 3 hours to get nowhere before I just gave up. So how then? I had to make them, didn't I? It's not like they wouldn't have died anyways. Just helped them along. Gave them a little push. Sometimes a little stab. I know it might sound extreme, but that's art for you. You can't hold back, lest you betray the very essence of who you are. How many? Half a dozen. I'd keep them propped up for a month or so. You know, to observe early decomposition, savoring the scent, the beauties of bacterias at work. Have you ever seen my piece, The Putrefaction Oranos? It was the first one inspired by my newfound process. I have not. And what about the last one? Ah yes, my magnum opus. She's the reason I'm here, is she not? Elvira the Eternal. To be honest, she's the only one I'd call a true model, you know? There was just something about her. How long, Stickland? Oh, she was important. I had special plans for her. I knew it from the moment I saw her. Fragile, but powerful. Scared, but beautiful. It was the next step, detective. Always the next step. How long, you piece of shit? I kept her alive for 13 months. Sliced off a little piece of her every day. The tissue decomposition of a living model is something special to behold. Factor in the pain, the screams, the smell, the putrid flesh. Pure perfection. You've seen the painting. 1,000 years from now, that's all they'll remember. You monster. All they'll remember is the art. Hey sweetie, I think I hear Ashlyn crying in her bedroom. I'll be back in a sec. I give Sarah a quick peck on the lips and extract myself from beneath our shared blanket on the couch. Don't be long, she says, with a twinkle in her eye. She's a stunner. I'm a lucky guy. As I make my way down the hall, I hear my 6-year-old baby girl sobbing, but in a tired way, like she would if she has just woken up. Must have been a nightmare, I think. I push open the door, grope my way past the walk-in closet, and take a seat beside her. Shh, it's okay, Angel. Daddy's here now. She snuggles into my armpit as I run my fingers through her golden locks. Hey, Daddy. Did you have a bad dream, Angel? No. Ashlyn sniffs and wipes her tears. Oh, okay. Then why are you sad, honey? It's just that I like Sarah a lot. She's really fun. Like when we made cookies that one time.
Uh-huh, I agree. She thinks you're the absolute best too, you know that? But that shouldn't make you sad. Friends make us happy. She doesn't say anything for a moment, just picks at the bottom of my shirt. Yeah, but mommy is gonna kill her, Daddy. It takes me a second. There is a moment of panic before I realize what she's saying. It was a running gag between my late wife and I. She always said she'd kill any lady who tried to move in on her turf. I guess Ashlyn must have taken that more seriously than intended. Oh, Angel, mommy isn't going to hurt Sarah, I say with a chuckle, giving my little girl a warm hug. You don't have to worry about anything, for two reasons. First, is it because mommy's dead? Unnerving. Ah, well, yes, I guess you could say that. Silence. You know mommy will always be with you, right? Just like I always say. Ashlyn sniffs and nods. But Daddy, mommy told me she's going to kill Sarah if she doesn't leave you alone. What? When did she tell you that? I hadn't met Sarah until a year after Melissa's fatal car accident. A little bit ago, Daddy, before she left the closet. My heart stops and I suddenly seize Ashlyn with both hands. Probably a bit too roughly. What are you talking about? It's not nice to lie, Ashlyn. He starts crying again, saying, But I'm not lying. Mommy was in the closet and she was singing my favorite Frozen song with me. But then she said she was going to kill Sarah because he belonged to her forever. There's a loud crash in the living room. A scream. Sarah! See, I'm not lying, Daddy. I'm too late to save Sarah. When I reach her, she's already dead. A knife in her neck. My dead wife's wedding ring rests beside Sarah's body. Her bloodied footprint lead into the kitchen. Bro, I still don't get why you can't just buy the booze for me. Figures my younger brother would want to wuss out at the last second. Riot as we're huddled outside the liquor store. Sure I could, I mockingly replied, wrapping an arm around the teen's shoulders. Except then it wouldn't be much of a rite of passage, eh, doofus? Landon nods sheepishly. Anyways, you've got nothing to worry about. You're half a foot taller than I am. Plus, the fake ID I made for you is my best work yet. His eyes furrow, doubtfully, as he peers over the plastic card for the 100th time today. The replica of a driver's permit is indistinguishable from an ordinary DMV license, with the addition of a fake title and address. But the same Angus Clay Robertson, do you really think I could pass for a 22-year-old named Angus? To this complaint, I just rolled my eyes and shoved him into the direction of the liquor shop. Get something decent, I yelled. From near the shop's window, I watch as Landon gingerly selects a wine bottle and joins the queue. One by one, the line in front of him empties. Soon enough, it's his turn at the counter. ID? Asks the middle-aged shopkeeper disinterestedly from inside. Landon fumbles for a few seconds before producing the doctored license, holding it up for the clerk to read. The shopkeeper's face glazes over it in concentration. Then, very suddenly, he snatches the card out of Landon's hands. When the man finally speaks, his voice is quivering with rage. You're him, aren't you? You're the son of a bitch drunk driver that killed my son. What? Landon blanches, clearly confused. No, sir. I think you have me confused with someone else. Don't you dare lie to me, the The shopkeeper screams. Angus Clay Robertson, from Bloomington, Minnesota. It was all over the papers. I know that name is everywhere. By now, my skimmish brother could barely stammer a response. No, man, no. This isn't even my real ID, it's just a fake. I rushed to the entryway to see Landon slumped, unconscious on the ground. Red blood seeping from his skull into a pool of redder wine. Standing over him is the shopkeeper, clutching the neck of a Merlot bottle he smashed over my brother's head. At the sight of my handiwork, I barely stifled a grin. Everything has gone exactly as I predicted it would go when I picked out his liquor store and printed out that name on this ID. Lucky Landon might have been gifted with height and looks, but I always had him beat when it came to brains. Poor kid, I think, mirthfully. Not everyone can handle their first bottle. The teacher stood at the front of the classroom, her back to the children as she wrote the day's assignments in big bold letters on the board. She took her time, enjoying the silence her attentive class was giving her. She dotted her I's with hearts to reflect the mood she was in. When her words looked as good as they could, she turned and faced her students, a huge smile on her lips. Now, children, I know we got off on the wrong foot last week, she spoke, her voice conveying the disappointment she had felt at her students' disobedience. I also know we all want to do better. Therefore, I've decided to forget last week even happened. Today is a new day and a new chance to do something productive with our lives. She watched her students as they stayed quiet, all eyes fixed on her. No one fidgeted. No one whispered to their neighbor. Nobody did anything but watch her. Her smile grew even wider. They were off to a great start. John, thank you for sitting right in your chair today. Claire, thank you for not using your phone in class, she said, acknowledging the corrections they had made. Thank you all for not talking while I'm talking. She walked around the classroom, her heart swelling at the improvements. This was how a class should behave. I see you already have your books out and turn to page 86. I want you to read this chapter silently. You have 45 minutes, at the end of which there will be a quiz on what you read. You may begin. The teacher continued to walk around the room, peeking over the students' shoulders, enjoying the sound of silence that should accompany schoolwork. She glanced at the children's faces as she passed them. Her work was exquisite. The stitches were hardly noticeable where she had sewn their bodies back together. That summer course in taxidermy had indeed paid off. She looked around the room at the silent, stuffed children sitting at the desks and smiled. She could finally get some real teaching done without any interruptions. This was going to be a great year. There's a ghost in town, you know, and not one of the harmless ones either. She died of a broken heart after a loss of her daughter. If you're sensitive, you can see her walking the streets, screaming and rending her clothes. She says she won't rest until she found out who murdered her child, and she means it. The daughter's boyfriend thrown out of the window over and over. Her school rival, face pressed against an iron. Her father, the ghost's husband, nearly drowned in a bathtub. She appears hurling accusations and hurts you until you confess. It usually doesn't take long, but she still doesn't move on and realizes it's a lie, so she leaves and finds the next person on the list. Sometimes her screams become sobs, What if it was some wandering vagrant who left town weeks ago? Some serial killer who picked a random target they have no connection to? What if she never learns the truth? I try to tell her she does know, of course. I point to the note. I tell her over and over, no one killed me. I took my own life. You don't need to keep hurting people. It was all my fault. And she leans down and gently takes my skeletal face in bony hands and shakes her head. Of course you didn't. I know, my daughter. I always accepted you. I did everything I could to make you happy. You wouldn't do this. Someone faked the note. I know it. I was a good mom. You wouldn't have done this. I try to explain over and over, but she's not listening. She suspects the local priest now. She'd never quite trusted him anyway. My guilt is no match for her rage, so all I can do is watch as she floats away. Shortly, I hear screams from the church. There's a ghost in town, you know, and not one of the harmless ones either. And I'm so sorry. Everyone is looking up at the sky, all of us asking the same thing. What in the hell is that? I'm sitting in the backyard with my wife and kids, looking at the moon. There's a large black scar across it, and of course, the internet is abuzz with all kind of theories. It's a Nazi moon base. It's a giant space turd. I'm not really sold on any theory yet, but I would be lying if I didn't say the giant turd theory is what I'm hoping for. My children keep asking me, Daddy, what is that? I keep having to tell them, it's a big old moon slug, just looking for some food. They laugh and giggle, and then we do the whole thing over. Each time I come up with something different. A moon snake, a moon canyon. Something I like to say is a moon tree that fell over. We do this mainly when we sit out by the fire pit in the backyard. We roast some hot dogs and make some s'mores and just take in the night air before bedtime. It's been roughly 2 weeks since what the internet is calling McMoonpoo came into existence. There has been no word from our government or NASA on what it truly is. However, you don't need to work for NASA to get a nice shot of the moon. It took maybe 25 minutes before the photos were online. Incredibly detailed photos from some observatory in Denmark. The moonpoo was actually a large crack in the moon's surface. The canyon was enormous, and after some simple measurements, it was easy to tell that the shape and circumference of the moon were distorted as well. Most people thought it was a meteor impact that damaged the moon. However, the notion was easily put out to bed by the lack of space debris and NASA not detecting any meteors that could have done such damage. Days continue to go by, and the moonpoo continues to get larger. The size is indistinguishable to the naked eye, but when measured with telescopes, the change is massively evident. Most of us had no idea there was anything wrong. I am unsure if NASA or SpaceX thought there was something wrong. That is, until the moon, in real time, did the Pac-Man death animation. All it took was one person to notice before everyone were looking into the sky, watching the event take place. I could hear the TV describes what NASA has discovered as I watched the entire thing unfold. We were wrong. It was never a moon. It was an egg.
So, you've done it this time. There's a faceless, pale, spindly figure with razor-sharp teeth and an unholy grin stalking your dreams. Its bones crack and pop like a bottle of bubbly, and it's cuddling right at you like a bug on drugs. What do? Do you board up your windows and spend the last 10 minutes of your life posting what led up to this moment on Reddit? Do you leave a vaguely cryptic warning for those who stumble across your mangled corpse via a confused title? Of course not. You're going to live to see another day. Here's a list of do's and don'ts to help you survive. Number 1. The most important rule. Get outside. There's a much better chance of you escaping these things if you're not trapped in a box and waiting for them to knock down your door. Hunger drives them blind to the point where they won't realize you're gone until a few minutes later. That gives you time to prepare. Number 2. Do not use firearms. Even the sight or smell of their own blood frenzies them. The gunshot isn't the problem. It's the lingering scent of gunpowder on your clothes that they're after. If you must defend yourself, throw rocks at them. This will remind them of the stoning they suffered before their current state. Number 3. Come to the forest. They won't enter the woods if you're in deep enough. Number 4. If you're near the sea, dive into the ocean and swim as far away from the shore as you can without being carried off. There are things beneath the waves that even they won't risk approaching. Number 5. Cemeteries offer a temporary distraction as they get confused by the screams, but once they make it out, it's hard to trap them again. Number 6. They will avoid alley cats that wander in the night. This does not mean you're safe to approach the cats as well. Number 7. Lastly, churches aren't always the best place to hide. These things are atheists, and some things will help them open the doors from the inside. Got all that? Good. I hope this helps you see the sunrise one more day. And if they stop chasing you at any point, don't worry about what could have scared them away. Just keep going. Again, like I said, forests are ideal, because unlike them, we love a good chase. My eyes flew open when a hand clamped over my mouth. Do not move. The man leaning over me commanded. A knife glimmered in the darkness. A surge of fear jolted through me. Without thinking, I thrust my hand upwards into his face and felt my palm meet his nose with a revolting crunch. When he howled in pain, I hurled myself out of bed and dove into the adjoining bathroom. I slammed the door shut and turned its lock only seconds before he smashed into it. "Get out of there," he shouted. Heavily battering thuds shook the door. "Take whatever you want and go," I yelled back. "I won't call the police, I swear." He fell silent. I held my breath anxiously. For a fleet moment, I thought he was gone, only for my stomach to drop when I heard the sound of a knife's blade gouging into the wood. I realized with horror that he was trying to carve his way through to me. "Please stop," I whimpered. "This isn't even my house. The Day family hired me to stay here while they're on vacation." Suddenly, I was struck by the strong scent of rubbing alcohol. I looked down to see clear liquid spreading beneath the door and across the bathroom tiles. "You have 10 seconds to come out," the man said threateningly, or I light the match. A dizzying wave of terror washed over me. I gripped the sink to keep from falling. 10, he barked. 9. My eyes frantically searched the room for anything to defend myself with. 8, 7, 6. I felt as if I was being torn in half by an excruciating decision. accept whatever violent fate awaited outside the door, or perish in a fiery blaze. 5, 4, 3. I flung open the door. The man raised his knife, and I emptied the contents of a hairspray canister into his eyes. He screamed in agony as I pushed past him and ran. I made it to the staircase before he grabbed me by the hair and threw me onto the ground. His poisoned eyes were a furious shade of inflamed red. "I'll kill you," the man roared. He lifted a foot to stomp on my head, but his polluted vision slowed him and gave me enough time to deliver a swift kick to his knee. He lost his balance and stumbled backwards. By the time he realized he was falling, it was already too late. He plummeted down the stairs and landed in a bloodied, broken heap. As I approached the man's crumbled body, I noticed a small blinking light fastened to his chest. Confusion dawned on me when I realized he was wearing a camera. I nearly jumped when his phone began vibrating in his pocket. Unknown number. I answered it silently. A hideous sense of shock overtook me when a familiar voice spoke into my ear. "Is she dead yet?" Mr. Day asked excitedly. "I can't wait to see the footage." Everyone said he wouldn't blame me for his death, but the hatred that filled the room whenever he comes to visit is suffocating. I keep remembering the night of his death, me drinking a little too much, and him telling me to stop. Us driving together, laughing, singing along to the radio. The sunset, its pink and orange glow illuminating the sky around us. It was perfect, and I felt free. He screamed my name. I saw the other car, but it was too late. He grabbed the wheel, turning it sharply to the right. The rest was a blur. The car flipped, the sound of glass shattering, the airbags ejecting and sharply making contact with my chest, my seatbelt tightening around my waist. Multiple cars had pulled over. A woman was frantically calling 911. Someone eventually pulled me out of the car. I felt fine. My head throbbed a little bit. Maybe a minor concussion, but I was okay. A man kept holding my hand, asking me if I was alright, but I just heard a ringing in my ears. I called out his name. Another woman who had pulled over tried to take me away from the car, so I couldn't see him. I remembered the pity in her eyes when I turned around and saw his body, lifeless and bloody. The days, weeks, and months following the accident were hell. I stayed in bed all day, every day, and haven't returned to school since. My parents have kept their distance. My phone has been blowing up, but I haven't checked it once. The depression sitting in on me is so dark and heavy that I can't breathe. At night, I feel him standing at my bedroom door. He just watches me. Tears fall from my eyes, soaking my pillows. Why does he hate me so much? I never meant for it to happen. Every night he comes, the night before his birthday. He stands at the foot of my bed instead of at the door, closer than he's ever been. I sit up and look at him. He looks the same, but fuzzier, like before you rub your eyes and everything is blurry. "I love you," I say quietly, my voice breaking. "I hope those 4 drinks were worth it," my little brother replied, his voice filling the room. And then he was gone. I recognize the type the moment he walks in. Impeccably dressed, annoyingly clean, well-mannered, kind eyes hiding burning ambition. "Is he up, doctor?" he asks. "I'm awake," I reply, exasperated that I'm never directly involved in my own recovery. Always someone else making decision. "Oh, hello, Mr. Palmer." He smiles. I know who you are," I interrupt. "Journalist, undoubtedly here to pen my amazing story." "Well, actually," he says, the smile all gone. Yes, I am. Do you mind?" "What else am I good for these days?" I complain somberly. "As I'm sure you're aware, I was in a coma for 15 years. You might have heard about the guy who lived an entire life in his coma. Wife, kids, house, he had it all. He experienced it all. As real as me and you are sitting here now. You must understand. This wasn't just a simple dream. No, this was alive. Vivid, beautiful, fleeting. The guy was devastated when he snapped out of it. Horribly depressed. I don't know what happened to him. But I can tell you what happened to me, because I lived through the same thing, except there was no beauty in my life. No, I lived 15 years of pure torture. I've been mutilated and murdered more times than anyone can count. Tormented in ways unimaginable. Not a single second of peace or comfort. I'd wake up in pain, gangrenous wounds dripping with pus, drag my mangled body across the floor, never once reaching the door. Immense pain shoots through my body. Sometimes he'd saw off my leg, sometimes an arm, always dismemberment. Then he really goes to work, you know. Pluck out an eye, rip out my tongue. Hot pokers in exposed flesh, needles in nerve endings, rusty serrated blade against bones. Conscious as he digs into my body, removing internal organs with violent grace, not a moment of peace. And then I wake up, and it would start all over again. Is this hell? I'd ask myself. Did I die? But I didn't, did I? I was just sleeping, just dreaming, all this time. Just a perpetual nightmare. 15 years of ceaseless torture. And then I woke up. That's my story. Now please, leave me alone. You're wrong, the journalist says. What do you mean, wrong? I ask confusedly. I'm not a journalist, he says, eyes turning darker by the second. I'm her husband. What? Who? You took her from me, tortured her for days, slaughtered her in that godforsaken hole. No. And now you must live through what she endured. Every day, a new lifetime of pain. No, I whisper. No, that's not true. Put him under, doctor, he says. I'll be back again tomorrow. The doctor complies. A swift needle to my arm. Moments later, I'm gone. And then I wake up. Gangrenous wounds dripping with pus. Drag my mangled body across the floor. There's a door. I have to reach the door.
I once woke up with a hot, raw pain on the skin around my left eye. It was a sty, flushed and gleaming like a pimple, no larger than a pea on my upper eyelid. I tried to treat it with eye drops. A week went, nothing. A certain doctor prescribed another bottle of eye drops and some antibiotics. Nothing. I woke up only to be taunted by the sight of the cyst on my eyelid. The vision on my left eye was obscured, and pus would sometimes leak out of the sty and into my eye, leaving me with an awful burn.
2 weeks later, the sty had doubled in size. I saw doctor after doctor, subjecting myself to eternal array of antibiotics and eye drops and placebos. Nothing worked. By then, my left eye vision had completely disappeared, and the sty began to pulsate with an indescribable scalding heat. On the third Tuesday, I woke up gasping and sweating and shaking, heat bursting from my left eye. A damp warmth had covered the entirety of my left cheek, and a putrid smell snaked its way into my nostrils. It was the smell of rotting eggs and battery acid and burning plastic. I leaped out of bed and ran towards the mirror. When I saw my reflection, my stomach churned. As I heaved over the sink, I trembled. My left eye socket was left hollow, a gaping red hole, oozing with white pus. My face was sticky and burning. The sty had disappeared, and so had my left eye. My head suddenly weighed like a ship's anchor to my feeble body. The yellow bathroom tiles looked red to me, and the smell of air freshener suddenly smelled like breakfast on a Sunday. It disgusted me. I vomited again. My knees buckled. My knuckles turned blue. My mind was overcome by fog. I fell onto the floor, unconscious, bathed in a frigid lack of understanding. I woke up to the sensation of my left eye being nibbled on, and my senses immediately returned. I sat up, swatting at the air, when I hit something solid. I opened my right eye, which was hot with pain, and saw a grey face right in front of me. It belonged to a scrawny creature, almost human-like, with white eyes as big as saucers on its vacant face. A pair of chapped lips sat calmly above the bony chin, wet with spit and God knows what. It staggered away from me, naked. I saw that it had no belly button or genitals, and in place of feet were another pair of hands. I opened my mouth to scream, and was caught off guard when it suddenly crawled up the wall like a lizard and disappeared through the small window in the bathroom. I stood up feverishly and looked at myself in the mirror. My left eye was gone, and on my right eye was a sty, flushed and gleaming like a pimple, no larger than a pea on my upper eyelid. Man, I'd give anything for better skin. Roy looked at his reflection in a store window, at the bump on his forehead and the swelling on his chin. Pimple boy, that's what his friends called him. Behind the glass, he noticed a round-faced doll with a mop of black hair staring at him. Rosy cheeks, Roy observed. Lucky boy. You've never had this problem, huh, porcelain boy? Roy muttered. When the doll on the shelf started to seem sympathetic towards his problems, he laughed at himself and hurried on home. Hey Roy, do you ever wash your face? His roommates weren't any more forgiving than his friends were. At 20, his acne was just as terrible as it has been in his teens. That night, he looked at his reflection in the bathroom mirror, at the bottles of ineffective acne medication, at the variety of creams and exfoliants that never lived up to their promise. The bumps on his skin gleamed at him, throbbing with pus, and Roy did do all he could not to pick at his skin. I'd give anything, he whispered, and he meant it. The next morning, his skin looked better already. The zits on his cheeks were suddenly calmed into tame pink swells, no longer taunting him with their sickly yellow heads. His hope was renewed. Morning came and went, as mornings usually did, and Roy's acne continued to fade. His blackheads were the next to go, and soon the pores that seemed like the craters on the moon shrunk too. Whether he washed his face or not no longer mattered. His skin took on a dewy glow regardless. The girls he knew began to drill him on his skincare routine. Some skincare routine, he scoffed, proud of his own luck. Then Roy woke up with a numbness over his cheeks. It mimicked the familiar tingling of frozen wind, except it burrowed far deeper into his skin. He touched his cheeks and was petrified by how much it felt like the surface of a bathroom sink. In a flurry of panic, he jolted into the bathroom. What he saw in his reflection terrified him. His entire face was eggshell white, smooth as polished marble. No matter how much he leaned towards the mirror, he couldn't find a single pore on the surface of his skin. He was repulsed by how perfect his skin looked, how out of place it seemed in this murky bathroom mirror. The disgust that was caused by his newfound perfection wasn't the worst of his discoveries. When he opened his medicine cabinet, he found the doll from behind the store window, gaping at him. The mop of inky hair remained, but the once flawless porcelain face was now riddled with pustules and swells. The doll smiled, the pimples on its face flaring morbidly. Roy opened his mouth to gasp, maybe even to scream, but he couldn't. His face was taut, completely solid. He was the porcelain boy now. In our hillside town, where flowers grew waist high in vast fields of color, lives were infected by an almost comical sense of bliss. For as long as the cordial, beaming sun was in the sky, every breath like enlightenment. There was, however, a consequence to our way of life. Come nighttime, a man on a unicycle patrolled the streets in tethered overalls and polka dot socks. He played the harmonica, and he played it eerily well. His constant melody was "Mary Had a Little Lamb," but on some days he changed it, depending on the activities in town. On our town's anniversary, he played our hymn. Our festivals, he played whatever songs was popular, regardless of genre. We were advised to never make eye contact with him, for reasons unknown, but he had a way of tempting us to come to our windows and look right at him. He was the reason some bedrooms had boarded windows. Once, he passed by our house and played a song that was playing when I kissed my girlfriend in my bedroom that afternoon. "Dream a little, dream of me." In that moment, I could almost imagine his face, pale, perhaps, and gaunt, with a smarmy grin and a suggestive wink, as if to say he knew what we kids were up to. Oh, I bet the creep did know. I was skimming through the last 20 pages of Little Woman, a charming little novel by Louisa May Alcott, urging myself to finish the book tonight so I could wake up feeling accomplished. As the words became muddled, the sound of that distant harmonica began. Mary had a little lamb. Nothing special on his repertoire. I panicked when I realized that my curtains were still open. I stood up, squinting to limit my field of vision, and reached out for the curtains. The music stopped. I looked outside the window to expect him gone. Yet, there he stayed, and there we were, eyes locked in an inescapable gaze. There was neither horror nor comfort in the plain set of features that I saw. He had the most average eyes, nose, and lips,
on this side of town, and they were contoured in an expression of hollow grief. I gasped and pulled my curtains closed. Trembling, I turned to lock the door and covered myself in my sheets. The unmistakable sound of the harmonica was growing louder outside my bedroom door, and it was now filled with something I hadn't noticed before. Sorrow, suffering, loneliness. I then began to weep. I wept until my lungs bled, until my eyes burnt, until I could no longer comprehend what happiness felt like. It was painful. Through my tears, I opened my eyes and saw the unicycle man standing over my bedside. He was looking at me, balancing on his unicycle, and began to play "It's a Small World" on his harmonica, as if to mock my agony. Misery loved company, after all. That thing, whatever the hell it is, hasn't stopped chasing us this whole time. This time. How long has it been exactly? I look down, my clothes torn, my shoes missing, feet bleeding out. We might have been running for days. We run on, its bleeding white eyes projecting our shadows ahead of us. I turn to him. He's no better, at least physically speaking. His eyes are tired, but his pace remains consistent. The woods stretch out indefinitely. Are they even woods? I was certain we had been running through trees, yet now they look more like grey tendrils stretching up into the ether. I try as hard as I can to remember how we arrived here, but even that becomes a challenge. I think that's when I realize. "Hey!" I call out, even though we were mere feet apart. "Now's really not the time." "He has a point," I persist. "I've had an idea." "What?" "Try and remember how we got here." We run in silence for a moment. I don't know. What? I can't remember." He sounds almost like he finds the fact amusing. It is, in a way. What if none of this is real? It sounds beyond stupid saying it aloud. But he pauses. "Hell, what if... I think you might be right." Now I'm doubting the theory myself, but it only makes sense. He pulls out the gun that I now remember we've had with us the entire time. How do we know which of us is dreaming? I stare at him, then my own hands. I sure as hell feel real. Do you feel real? Of course I do, and I'm willing to bet you do too. Oh, Jesus Christ, shoot me in the foot. I say it without really thinking it through. If I'm dreaming, then surely the sensation will be enough to wake me up. I suppose that makes sense. He does as he's told. The pain is indescribable. Then, nothing. I take the gun. "Wait!" He looks at the ground, conflicted. Then, back at me. "Go for the head." "What the hell are you?" "I'm serious. You have to trust me. Think about it. If I'm dreaming, I'll wake up and none of this is real. If you're dreaming, then you haven't killed anyone." My hands shake. The monster comes closer. I can hear its fierce drone and a sharp cry, like that of a banshee. I open fire. The monster stops. The woods around us dim as it closes its eyes. I keep my eyes firmly on the body all the while. "Keep your hands in the air. We have you surrounded." I do as they say. Eyes on the body. "Don't worry, officer. None of this is real." Trembling, I bring the gun to my head. They all tense, giving shouts of defiance, commanding me to stop. None of it matters, though. This is just a nightmare. I woke up and it was one of those mornings. One where I'm drenched in sweat, barely clothed, and where I have vomit all over my bed. I tried to do it yesterday, but I couldn't. I tried to finally end my suffering, the agonizing pain that doesn't ever leave me alone, but I failed. The handful of pills and the bottle of wine that I chugged somehow didn't help. I'm tired. Another day of pain for me. Another day of working my job as a janitor at a concert hall. I came in and my coworkers pretended not to notice me, as per usual. My boss noticed me and briefed me. There's a Pink Floyd cover band playing in the main hall today, and they brought lots of light effects. Our electrician grid won't provide enough power, so make sure the extra generators are running. Now chop chop, there's about 1,500 people coming in tonight. I watch the crowd seep into the venue, lively, excited faces. I can't help but feel a little excited myself too, more than I have been in some time. But why do they deserve to be happy, and do I not? I go to the control room and spin up the generators. I hope my boss will be happy with my efforts tonight. The crowd has taken their seats, and I close the concert hall doors. The show will start any minute now. The hallways are completely empty, and I lock the front doors too. I can hear the band go on stage while I make my way backstage. I make sure all the outside doors are closed and locked, after which I head up to the control room, where I find my boss lounging. I flip the switch that controlled events. My vision's becoming blurry. The crowd seems to feel that something's off too. There's lots of yawning, and the band is getting duller by the minute. I can see them struggling, just as I was struggling yesterday. The light effects are showing the thick, foggy mist that occupies the air. Boss has resorted to a nap behind me, and my head starts spinning while the band's lead singer falls over. The hall has almost gone completely quiet now. Someone will eventually find out that I hose the exhaust fumes from the generators into the concert hall, and I hope they realize that happiness is only real when it is shared.
I was 14 the first time I woke up in a coffin. Real creepy one too, you know. A seemingly random assortment of rotting wood, haphazardly fashioned to form a roughly box-like shape. A poor man's final resting place. I guess the dead don't care though. You could be buried in the Taj Mahal, but you'd still be dead. But I wasn't. I was very much alive. And let me tell you, I freaked out. Kicked and screamed and punched until I collapsed in exhaustion. At which point I realized something very unnerving about my situation. I wasn't alone. I mean, sure, normally you'd expect some manner of earthly remains when you pop out the lid, you know? But when you wake up in one, I don't know, that's really not the first place your mind goes. So I freaked out again. Corpse was in a terrible state. 10 to 15 years of decomposition in a poorly sealed box. That shit is vile as hell. Those juices, you know, corpse juices, liquefied human filth, really not something you'd want to wake up next to. You'll never forget your first though. I was down there with him for hours before I got out, and I'll always cherish those moments of pure dread and disgust. I'd wake up in coffins every other month after that, more often than not, accompanied by a carcass in varying stages of decomposition. It's strange, you know, what you can get used to. After a while, I started to find it rather cathartic. I'd snuggle up to them and hold them tightly, imagining in my derangement that it was my mother and that she was alive and that she loved me. I guess we're getting there now, aren't we? It took me a few years to piece it all together. How I got into those coffins, and maybe more interestingly, why I got into those coffins. Abandonment issues. So dull, am I right? So boring, so mundane. Apparently, I'd sleepwalk to local cemeteries and dig my way down into the cold, awaiting embrace of my next surrogate mother. And then I'd rest, and yearn, and dream. I barely remember her at all, you know, just brief moments from that night, flashing of my father shoveling dirt onto her naked, broken body. The look in her eyes as she realized what was happening, the sound of her desperate cries, heavy stuff. Anyway, after some time, the stiffs just didn't do it for me anymore. They were too removed, too detached. I needed something, I don't know, living. I guess you know that much though. I'll be down here with you for a few hours, sleeping, dreaming, living, and then I'll leave you alone. It'll take some time before you run out of oxygen. 5.5 hours maybe, so you'll have time to reflect, say goodbye. Maybe you'll nod off too, and wake up again. Wake up again in a coffin. Wouldn't that be nice? My name is Corey. Not Corey with a Y or Corey with an EY, Corey with an I. A usually feminine spelling of a name for a guy. Not that I mind much the spelling of the name that my parents gave me. A few years ago, I had just been let go from my first job out of college. It had been pretty good money, but the company went under, so I started applying to every job that I could find, as you do. Indeed, Monster, even Craigslist. One Craigslist job in particular was based on the outskirts of the city I lived in, but I was ready to take anything. The job in question was some basic data entry and assistant work. Or at least that's what the job listing said. I thought it was an up and up, however, because this was one of the few Craigslist postings that had a website attached to it. It was a pretty basic website in retrospect, but the company's message seemed to make it sound like they were heavily about serving the city and facilitating volunteer work. Within minutes of applying, I got a response inviting me for an interview that same day, though it titled me as Miss Corey. I was going to respond to correct them, but it read that it was an automated response, so there would be no one to read it. I figured I'd just have to correct them once I got there, and again, didn't seem like a big deal. I'd gotten this once or twice before. I drove to the location the company website was listed, and it didn't seem too out of the ordinary. It was the second floor of a small building that was sandwiched between a pawn shop and a phone store. I didn't think too much of it, because it was a big city, and even if it's on the outskirts of the city, a job was a job. I looked up to the second floor of the outside and saw someone looking down at me. I couldn't make out the face, but it was a person. That much I'm sure of. I went inside of the building and took the elevator up to the second floor and didn't find a single soul. It looked like a half-finished office floor from what I remember, with some doors open and some locked shut. But there was simply no one to speak to, no one to inform that I was there. There was one cubicle, but one of the detachable walls has been left in another office room. There was a computer monitor in one room, but no desktop attached to it. A half-finished company banner in a bookcase. Upon closer inspection of the bookcase, all the books weren't books at all, but a cardboard printing of a bunch of books stacked together. I finally had too much and called the phone number that had been on the website. I heard no phone ringing from where I stood. More so, the phone I called seemed to cut my call after a ring and a half, sending me straight to voicemail. Sufficiently creeped out by now, or wondering if I'd stumbled on something I shouldn't have, I took the elevator down. As the elevator door closed, I heard someone muttering angrily.
I thought that was a girl's name.
I didn't want to stay to find out who said it. Instead, I walked right back to my car and drove back home, not even daring to look back up at the window of the floor I was sure I had been scheduled for. That very evening, out of morbid curiosity, I checked Craigslist. The post was gone. I looked for the website. It had been disabled. To this day, I still wonder, what or who did I stumble on? One of my greatest regrets is never contacting the police about any of this.
"No swimming, please," the faded sign informed politely. I should have complied, but I'd been out hiking for days, and as such, I was dirty, sweaty, and positively reeking. A quick afternoon bath in a rather picturesque lake was exactly what I needed. Fletcher spit, depth unknown, possibly unreal. Curious as I was, I jumped in without thinking too much about it. In and out, like a bank robbery. That was the plan anyways. Strange how plans never seem to work out, isn't it? I must have fainted almost immediately. My body stopped responding, and I found myself sinking like an anchor into the unknown, possibly unreal, depth. I could feel the water filling my lungs, and when the panic set in, it was already too late. Darkness overcame me. I woke up hours later next to a flickering campfire, body covered by a rather mangy blanket, staring into the piercing gaze of an old woman sitting across from me. I mumbled. "What happened?" "You almost drowned," the old woman said. "The pit nearly dragged you under." I don't feel so good," I murmured. I felt nauseous and lightheaded. The starry night sky swirling hypnotically above. "Don't worry," the woman grinned, exposing rotting teeth. "You just need some time to rest, is all." She leaned over the crackling fire, grabbing a stick, the pointy edge of which had a black sausage-like object stuck to it. "Have a bite," she said. She gave me the stick, but I struggled to move my arms. Fatigue, but I managed to grip it. My famished, ravenous persona finishing the treat in mere seconds. "Ah, exquisite," I complimented. "What is it?" "Local delicacy," she answered. "I call them protein bags. Very nutritional." "Ah, interesting," I noted, scratching at my legs. Who are you?" "Around here they call me the bog hag," she chuckled. "I see," I said, still scratching at my leg. They were itching terribly, and I couldn't quite figure out why. "I like them raw, you know," she said darkly. "What?" I asked, reaching down under the blanket to target the obnoxious itch. My hand came shooting back, the strange texture of what I'd touched sending shivers down my spine. "The protein bags," she said, leaning over and pulling the blanket from my legs. I supposed I must have screamed, but I can't recall much. I just remembered hundreds of squirming leeches sucking away, repulsive, sliming bodies pulsating sickeningly. "Watch," the woman said, as she ripped one of the leeches off me. She held it up over her gaping mouth, bringing it down ever so slowly. Then she bit the leech in half. Blood, my blood, pouring out, dripping down her chin and into her mouth. She slurped hideously, rolling her eyes. I was cast back into the darkness again. The blood loss, the woman, the leeches, all of it. Too much.
Before I lost consciousness, I heard her raspy voice one last time. "You are ripe for the harvest." Another girl in my class is trying to kill me. Her name is Susan. Just this morning, I spat out a suspicious tasting soda she had poisoned, avoided her car as she tried to run me over, and narrowly dodged a heavy paint can she pushed from the top floor classroom window. I can't tell anyone what she's doing though. You see, I am trying to kill her too. I have a plan I think will work. I'm going to use her biggest weakness against her. I say her biggest weakness, but he is really mine too. Call Kelly, the hottest guy at Lawrence High. Tall, athletic, with a smile that makes all the girls swoon. When we started I'd Kill for Colum Kelly club, it had been a bit of a joke. A group of us would get together, gossip about which girl he was sitting beside in chemistry, share pictures of him we had screenshotted from Snapchat or torn from the school newspaper when he'd been photographed for his latest sporting triumph. Then the fighting started. We all wanted Colum, but only one of us could have him. Since then, things have escalated. What do I mean by escalated? There used to be 12 girls in the club. Now, it's just me and Susan. Lisa died after an unfortunate accident with a Bunsen burner. Mandy never came home from that slumber party at Annie's. Sydney's brain was blown out in a tragic mishap with her dad's rifle. It might seem sad that so many were killed, but we had all agreed on the rules. Last girl standing wins. All is fair in love and war, as the saying goes, and I'd Kill for Colum Kelly club was a bit of both. I put my plan into action and mentioned to Susan that Colum had a big game at the weekend and would be training at the gym after school that day. For old time's sake, I said, why don't we put our competition aside for a few hours and peek on Colum building those biceps through the gym's window together like we used to. She couldn't resist. As we peered through the window, I slipped the blade I had hidden up my sleeve into my hand, ready to finish this thing. Unfortunately for me, Susan had the same idea, and a knife fight worthy of a gritty gangster film broke out between us. After a couple of minutes, we noticed Colum was standing at the gym door, watching us. He looked terrified, but very cute. "Colum, we're fighting for you," Susan screamed, as she thrust at my throat. "Which of us do you want?" I yelled, as I dodged backwards. Actually, I'm kind of dating April Black," Colum stammered. Susan and I stopped suddenly and looked at each other. The same thought in both our minds. The I Killed Colum Kelly Club has a much better ring to it. I should have wished to be rich, but felt it was too self-serving. I should have wished for fame, but felt I'd lose privacy. I should have wished for world peace, but felt one country's peace could be another country's poverty. I cursed the day I met the Wishmaster, and even more so for the perfect wish I thought I'd come up with. I would like to become a master of language. The Wishmaster hesitated and asked, "Of every language?" I nodded. The wish was educational in nature, so it couldn't have been purely vanity pushing me to become an expert linguist. The wish could have not possibly affect anyone adversely, for it truly only affected me. The sole purpose of the wish was to further communication, and perhaps close the global gap just a bit by having someone act as a language liaison. How long does it take for somebody to become a master at something? Confused, I responded with, I mean 10,000 hours of deliberate, focused practice is the rumor. The Wishmaster was silent. Then 10,000 hours of deliberate, focused practice, and you'd be a master at language? I suppose so. But that's only considering one language at 10,000 hours, right? I shrugged, but agreed. I was unsure where this was headed, until I noticed the wind slowing to a stop. A stillness. The ambient white noise of the city was now deafening silence, and suddenly I was whisked from being face to face with the Wishmaster and into my own study, armed with a pen, a pad of paper, English dictionary with the doors shuddering locked. Again confused, I asked aloud to no one in particular, "What's going on? Why am I in this house and why do I have a dictionary in front of me?" A disembodied voice responded, "This is to give you the deliberate, focused practice you need. I figured English would be the easiest since you already speak it." "I'm sorry, I don't understand what's going on. I wanted to be a master at every language. What does this have to do with anything?" The voice ignored. "From there, we can move language by language in alphabetical order. I hope you're looking forward to Afrikaans after the first 10,000 hours." And the Wishmaster has been silent ever since. I should have wished to be rich, for fame, for world peace. Instead, I'm frozen in time, studying until the Wishmaster deems me an expert. If the metric is 10,000 hours, that's a little over a year for each language. This may be fine. I mean, how many world languages can there really be? "Will it hurt?" I remember asking. That's the only thing I wanted to know. "Excruciating pain," he said, his hoarse voice barely audible. "So much pain." He handed me the vial. It looked so innocent. A silvery liquid. That's not how I imagined poison would look like. It should be dark, putrid and repugnant. "A drop is enough," he whispered. "But for torment extraordinaire, I suggest using it all." I listened to him, absent-mindedly, as he explained the intricate nuance of the potion, my mind wandering relentlessly. Hate and despair, the dominant emotions, the only emotions. When we finished his lightly explanation, I nodded weakly, and handed him the envelope. Transaction complete. I hurried out of the alley, the foul stench of the horrid cloaked figure following inexplicably into my car. This was it, my ticket to freedom. "Late as always, you ugly hag," Rob said as I entered, a horrid smirk on his wrinkled face. "Sorry," I mumbled, stomping to the kitchen. "I'm hungry," he snarled. "Get a move on." I made something simple, something with a lot of flavor to mask the taste of the poison. A casserole seemed to be the obvious choice. "Just a drop. Careful, careful. Oh no, there went the whole vial. Dinner time." "About time," Rob said, a spoonful in his mouth, before I even set his plate down. A minute later, and it was empty. "It tasted like shit," he grimaced. "What did you put in this thing?" I felt a bitter taste in the back of my mouth, adrenaline pumping through my system, my heart beating in a frenzy pace. "Enough to kill you," I replied. "Gah," he coughed. What did you do?" "I killed you," I murmured painfully. But something felt wrong. The room was spinning, colors flashing in violent intervals, a pain in my chest like I'd never thought possible, like someone grabbing my heart with their bare hands, squeezing the blood out of it. sharp fingernails digging into the muscles and tissue, ripping it into unrecognizable pieces of raw, dripping flesh. The darkness, nothingness, death. "Ah!" I screamed as I woke up, but there was no sound, just an empty echo inside my head. The torment was unreliable, indescribable, every single pain receptor firing at once. What did he tell me? What did he tell me back there in the alley? The poison will kill you instantly, but the beauty of this isn't death. It's the undeath, necromutation. It will redirect all energy in your body to stop your brain decomposing. Keeps your brain alive for months after death. Imagine that. Imagine the torment. Lying paralyzed in your coffin, feeling your body decomposing around you. Months of constant, unrelenting consciousness. True torture. True beauty. "No, you did this," Rob's voice echoed in my mind. "And now you're trapped here with me. No. Months together in this tiny coffin. No. I'll make you feel every second of it." I can hear her quietly crying in her bedroom. She'd been there for hours. I call out to her through the door, ask her to let me in, to talk to me, to let me explain everything. She just won't listen. I hear her voice quiver, her mumbling through pain sobs. Her footsteps dart around the room twice before the door slams open. She passes by me, ignoring all my attempts to stop her, my pleas to slow down. Her rushed steps lead her outside, into the thick of night. She jumps into her car, slamming the door behind her with a clenched yelp. I rush to the passenger seat, begging her to listen to me, but she wouldn't. Her face is streaked with tears, her eyes puffed and bloodshot. She steps on the gas, driving recklessly down the familiar streets of our own small town. I lower my voice. I try to calmly talk her out of this dangerous behavior, but it falls onto deaf ears. I feel my eyes, well, looking at the love of my life in this horrible state. I did this to her. I may have blamed so many others once, but nobody else is to blame, only me. An overwhelming sense of guilt washes me as she picks up more speed. Scanned cars driving this late in the night honk at her, barely dodging her menace swerves. A man yells from a vehicle, calling her different types of slurs. She doesn't seem to care. She keeps driving. She presses the brakes on the middle of the bridge. The car screeches, abruptly stopping. She leaps out of the car, leaving the door open. I open my mouth to ask her what she's doing. I almost utter my concern for her safety if she keeps stepping on the brakes so violently. But that is when I took a look out the passenger window and realized how familiar this place was. My stomach turns. I see her making demonstrative steps towards the edge of the bridge. My eyes widen as I leap out of the car, screaming at her to stop and talk to me. She isn't listening. Before I have a chance to reach her, she already climbs over the slippery bars, holding onto the outer side of the railing. I hold my menace dash, feeling my knees give. She sobs twice, turning her head towards a wreath of fake flowers tied onto the railing next to her. Her lower lip quivers. She looks downward towards the turbulent river and screams into the night. She cusses at me, insults me, calls me horrible names. Tears streak down my face without stop. I see her hands loosen their grip and her wailing body plummet. I weakly stumble forward, empty and defeated, placing my quivering hands onto the railing. I look down at the river in which my love jumped, the river in which I jumped.
"Good night, sweetheart," I whispered as I carefully extracted myself from my 4-year-old's daughter's bed. Another bedtime story over, and one more step towards adulthood. Why can't they stay little forever? I exit the bedroom like a ninja, careful not to let too much of the hall's light shine on her sleeping face. Then, quietly close the door so that the latch clicks home. "Daddy, are you still there?" I hold my breath, then let go an exasperated sigh. I thought I had finally gotten Sarah to sleep. Now it was going to be at least another half hour of effort. It had already been a long day. Before I can answer, I hear another voice, a stranger's voice. "Yes, darling, Daddy loves you and will never leave you." Who the hell is in Sarah's room? I turn the knob, but the door won't budge. In fact, the knob starts to slide through my grasp, in the opposite direction. "Sarah!" I shout at the shut door, then slam it with the palm of my hand. "Can I have another hug, Daddy?" "Sure thing, sweetie," comes the reply, in a near replica of my own voice. So close, but with something else in it that I can't pinpoint. "Sarah, that's not Daddy!" I scream. She doesn't hear me. The door still won't budge, even when I throw my whole weight into it. "Your beard tickles, Daddy." Sarah giggles. "Get away from my daughter!" I shout, as I try to beat a hole through the wood. I try the knob again, but the metal has become molten hot and instantly sears my palm. "Why is your mouth getting so big, Daddy?" I sense only the slightest bit of unease. "It's so stretchy." "Sarah, why can't she hear me? Where's the rest of my family? Don't you touch her. Get away from her." "Daddy, you're scaring me," I hear her say with tears in her voice. "Stop it." I now know what was in the stranger's voice. Pure evil. I suddenly remembered there's a hatchet in the garage. My feet don't move as fast as they should, but somehow I make it there. The hatchet is hanging on a peg. I snatch it and return as fast as humanly possible to Sarah's bedroom door. It's no use. Even after our rage-fueled frenzy, the door remains unscathed and solid. No sound comes from the room now. As tears run down my cheeks, the door slips slightly open. It takes a second for it to register. My chest heaves. I pant, then throw open the door, ready to chop down whatever is touching my Sarah on the other side. However, all that greets me is a blood-soaked pile of sheets and blankets beside an open window, curtains blowing in the cool night breeze. Somewhere far, a dog howls, crickets chirp, and my daughter is gone.
I arrived at Pinhouse Farm at 3:43 a.m. after receiving an anonymous phone call detailing the whereabouts of the missing boy, David. David Linfield? That's right, yeah. He had been missing over a year, presumed dead after a couple of hikers found his torn clothes by Fletcher's Park, Mountain Lion area. Well, you know the story. Yes. The caller claimed he had seen David up by the farm, so they sent me up here to look around. Just you? Well, yes, we didn't really think we'd find him, you know. So you arrived at the farm? Yes, the farm, as you know, has been abandoned for decades after the accident. The family. Nasty business before my time. Anyway, I decided to do a thorough search of the house first. And? Nothing. Dust and bird shit. So you cleared it? Yes, it took me about half an hour or so. Gigantic waste of time. I was ready to roll back home, you know, when I heard the noises coming from the barn. How would you describe them? I don't know, almost like squealing, high-pitched, creepy as hell. I figured maybe a deer or something had got itself stuck or wounded, so I grabbed my rifle before heading in. And what did you find? You already know exactly what I found. For the record, Henry. Right, I found the boy. Didn't I? David, whatever his name is, Linfield. Where? In the barn, Jonah. Details, Henry. He was in a box. First thing I saw when I entered the barn. A tiny box, maybe 2 by 2 feet. The sound, the squealing was intense, horrifying, but I saw a glimpse of his eyes between the cracks, and I knew somehow that it was him. So you opened it? Yes, I opened it. You're alright there, Henry? Yes, I'm sorry, yes. What did you see? Well, it's hard to explain. It wasn't just that he was in a box, you know. He was the box. What do you mean? I think he put him there on the same day that he went missing. Broke his legs and arms and all, and stuffed him in that tiny box. So when he healed... Yes? Well, he became the shape of the box. A box body. And then I puked my guts out there for a few, before I raised my flashlight and lit up the rest of the barn. Why? There were more squealing. The other boxes. Yes, dozen of them. Dozen of box people. You told the first responders you tried to remove David from the box. Yes, I'm sorry about that. What happened? I lifted him out of it, and then he looked at me with a distorted face and those big eyes, and he what? He smiled. He smiled, and then he said something I'll never forget. What did he say? Please put me back, he said. Please put me back home. About 2 years ago, a friend of mine had moved into his own apartment. The sofa that was in it was old and worn, so he decided that he would try to find one in a better condition. He asked me to help him find one, as my dad had a van, and we would need to use it to transport the sofa. So we went on Craigslist to have a look at what other people had for sale. We came across one ad that stated 3-seater cream leather sofa, great condition, free to first viewer. There was a picture of it, and it looked in perfect condition. Now, the ads had been up for weeks, so we had thought that maybe it was already gone, and that they just didn't take the ad down yet. So my friend contacted the seller, and nearly instantly got a reply saying that they still had the sofa, and it was available if we could collect it. I was a bit weary that it was still available. I mean, a free sofa in perfect condition that had been up for weeks and nobody has taken it yet. We thought that maybe there was something wrong with it that could only be noticed when viewing the sofa, that was maybe hidden from the pictures. It was a weekend and we had no plans, so we decided that we would go and check the sofa out. My friend contacted the seller back and organized a time and place to meet up. They decided on a local McDonald's car park at 9 p.m. as the seller said that he was at work until 8 p.m. and would need time to get ready after work. The seller said that he would be driving a green Honda Accord with a trailer. So we pull up to the McDonald's car park at about 8:50. There were loads of people around, so we had no reason to think we would be in any danger. At about 8:55, my friend got a text saying that the seller was 15 minutes away and they asked him to describe the vehicle we were in. And so we did describe the van that we were waiting in. About 5 minutes after texting the guy what our van looks like, an overweight man around 50 years old with grey scuffy beard and greasy grey hair approached the driver's side window of the van, which was my side as I was driving the van. He was wearing a plain white t-shirt with what looked like food stains all over, with black jeans with holes torn in them and dried mud stains all over, along with a pair of black steel boots also covered in dried mud. He knocked on my window and I rolled it down just a bit. "You boys here for the sofa?" he said in a gravelly voice. It sounded like he needed to cough but couldn't get it out. Yeah, I said to him. Rob's car has broken down just down the road and his battery has died. I was with him, so I walked up to you guys. He's just waiting for AAA, but you can come down and collect the sofa off of him. Me and my friend looked at each other, unsure of what to think. "Can I get in the van and we'll go back together?" the guy asked. "How far down the road is he?" I asked before he replied. "Not too far, but I need to show you where to go." At that point, my friend pretended to get a phone call. "Hello? Yes, really? We'll be right there," he said before pretending to hang up his phone. He looked at me and said, "We gotta go. My dad needs us to help him with his flat tire." I nodded, knowing that it was a fake call for us to get the hell out of this creepy guy. "We have to go now, but we'll contact you tomorrow about the sofa." The guy just stared at us while I rolled up my window and started to drive away. Me and my friend looked at each other. "That was creepy. I got bad vibes off this guy," my friend said. "Definitely," I replied to him. We decided to drive around the back of the car park, trying to find out if the guy was up to something or not. We could see him standing in the same spot where we left him, talking on the phone. About 2 minutes after he put his phone down, a car with 3 men in it pulled up to him. My friend's phone started ringing. The name on the phone said Rob, sofa guy. The guy who was supposed to give away the sofa. He answered, "Hey, can you meet tomorrow? I could hold the sofa for you until then." As they were chatting on the phone, I noticed that one of the creepy men sitting in the back of the car was also on the phone. I immediately assumed that was Rob. My friend told Rob that he would contact him tomorrow and that he was busy and couldn't talk right now. At the same time that my friend hung up the phone, the guy who was in the car also finished his phone call. At this point, it was obvious to me, and I explained to my friend that there was no car broken, and that the creepy guy was trying to lure us into something so that the guys in the car could do God knows what to us. We drove home, and my friend blocked the number of Rob, and we never heard from him again. We tried to report the ad to Craigslist, but it was removed before we got the chance to.
I was reading a story that reminded me of an event from over 20 years ago. In the second half of 1998, I had taken a job as a security guard at a plant that made locks. Being a kid, I usually worked one of 3 shifts, 4 p.m. to 12 a.m., 7:30 p.m. to 3:30 a.m., 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. The 7:30 to 3:30 shift was for extra coverage, so there were always 2 of us there from 7:30 to midnight. It was a routine, boring job for the most part. We did our rounds, logged anything out of the ordinary, and watched a tiny monitor displaying the CCTV feed. Things went by in an almost painfully normal manner for 6 months. I worked, saved, bought a car, and planned to move. By late March of '99, I served my notice and prepared to head cross-country. A new hire was brought in to fill my spot, a soft-spoken man named Calvin. As a part of his training, Calvin spent time working at all hours. At night, he was a shadow, working with myself and the other night guard, getting a feel for the plant's nocturnal routines. Most nights, he worked with myself and Amira, a female guard who was around my age. I was 18 at the time. Calvin, who was about a decade older, was quiet and polite, though something seemed to be missing. There's a spark that genuinely nice people seem to have, and he didn't possess it. Whenever he went on rounds with me, he'd ask questions about the job and make small talk. I noticed that he was a little odd, laughing at odd times and changing his tone mid-sentence. At the time, I chalked it up to him being awkward. That wouldn't last. One night, near the end of his first week, he went on rounds with Amira. When they returned to the office, I knew something was wrong. Normally talkative, she would barely say a word. Not sure what had occurred, I waited until Calvin had gone to the restroom to ask. During their trip, everything had been normal until they reached the brass mill, a portion of the plant that shut down at 6 p.m. There were usually no employees there after that time and no lights. They were making their way to a checkpoint on a landing atop a flight of stairs when the mood shifted. She told me that she turned around, only to find that he was right on her. Startled, she backed against the grating at the end of the landing, and he leaned in towards her, his face nearly touching hers. He flirted in a low voice, and when she mentioned his wedding band, he said it would be over soon. From then on, I did the rounds, taking Calvin with me each time. The night ended without further incident, and I left a note for our supervisor detailing what had occurred. The next night came and went with no Calvin. I did the rounds while Amira stayed in the locked office. Same thing the night after. Then, on my second to last shift, I come to find her freaking out. She found out why Calvin hadn't been at work. He had been arrested for murdering his wife. She had been dismembered and burned, parts of her body placed in a pond less than a mile from where we worked. That night, and the next, Amira called the jail just to make sure they were still holding him. Based on the time frame, he had killed his wife months before he started the job. This happened a few years ago in my old one-person flat. I had a strange feeling that something wasn't right for a few days, like I was sure that food in the fridge was less than I put back the last time. I found pillows for my couch on the floor, stuff like that. I lived alone back then, so there wasn't anyone else with access to my flat, or so I thought. Well, one night I woke up around 1 a.m, sweating, and even though I didn't remember, was sure I woke up from a nightmare. Since I was drenched in sweat, I decided to take a shower. So I put my phone up in the bathroom for music, turned on the water, and enjoyed my shower. A few minutes in, I heard the door move. I never close it, but it still never moves. I took a look at the shower curtain, and I saw a shadow against it. And a look at my phone confirmed someone was there, since I could clearly see a reflection in my screen that showed someone standing next to the shower curtain. It took me a lot not to scream, and to keep acting like I didn't notice anything, while silently taking the shower head off the holding and turning the water all the way to hot. I'm still kinda impressed of that quick thinking. Our water got really hot when you cranked it all the way to hot, and a few seconds later steam was raising, and the water hurt my feet flowing to the drain. I turned around, ripped the shower curtain open, and held the shower head right at the person behind. It was a woman. She screamed in pain. I whacked her in the face with the shower head and jumped out of the shower and ran to the door, taking the key out of the lock and locking it closed behind me. A little later, she started to bang on the door, but the door didn't give. Thank God for German quality work. I called the cops and went to the kitchen to get my big kitchen knife, just for safety. I felt like my throat was closing up when I saw it missing and realized there's only one place where it could possibly be right now. The police came and arrested the woman, who turned out to have been the former person living in the flat and was evicted after not paying rent. Seems she made a copy of the key and came into the flat when I was at work and sometimes at night. It's possible that what woke me in the first place was her, and honestly, I don't even want to think about it. Ever since then, I always insist that the locks are changed when I move into a new place. I posted this story in a thread on a Nature Pics subreddit and was told I should post it somewhere like this. I was camping in the middle of nowhere in Washington, near Mount Rainier. Like, not an official campground, just way out in the forest where I wouldn't have expected another human for miles. One night I wake up and I hear something, open my tent, and there's a guy sitting by where my fire had been right outside my tent. Nothing particularly noteworthy about the guy, just a fairly regular-looking dude sitting there a couple of feet from my tent. No bag or pack or anything with him, just a guy. He saw me open up the tent. His eyes got huge, like he had just seen a ghost, and he took off. It shook me up pretty badly, but over the next day, I managed to put it out of my mind fairly well after writing it off as just some odd occurrence, and a guy that was probably high or something and had somehow managed to set up a camp coincidentally not far from mine. Then 2 days after that, and 10 to 15 miles away, in totally random directions that nobody could take the same path as on accident, I was sitting by the fire that night and started hearing noises that I got more and more convinced were a person. I called out to them, and out of the darkness someone was like, "Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?" I said no. I don't even think that's a real place there. They kept talking from just out of my line of vision. I tried to see them with my flashlight, but they yelled, "Aim that away!" And kind of spooked, and not wanting to piss off a potentially crazy person, I did. After like 15 minutes of me being very freaked out, and them talking and asking completely random questions from the darkness, it sounded like the voice had gotten closer. So I shined my light that way again, and it was the same dude who had been outside my tent 2 nights before. He had to have followed me almost 15 miles over 2 days, because there is no way he could have just accidentally wound up on the same spot as vast as that wilderness is. No possible way. As soon as my light hit him, he took off again. I started to chase him, but didn't want to get lost in the wilderness in the dark, so stopped quickly after probably only 100 to 200 feet. This one couldn't be written off, because the only way he could have been in both places is specifically if he was following me. I decided the trip was over first thing in the morning and hiked back out over 3 days, constantly doubling back, trying to throw anyone following off my trail, and occasionally hiding and waiting to see if he would come by following me. I really can't describe how terrifying it was to feel like I was being hunted through the woods, and to actually have to brainstorm on things I could do to best avoid potentially being murdered. On the first night of hiking out, twice I heard what sounded like a person walking circles outside my tent. But by the time I mustered the courage to look, nobody was there. On the second night, I heard what I thought was an animal making noises, at first in the distance, but slowly decided it sounded more like a human making animal calls. It could have actually been an animal, but I didn't actually see the guy again. But it really sounded like a person making howling noises. I literally almost cried when I finally got back to my car. The relief was so strong. To this day, probably the most terrifying experience I've ever had. I have no idea who the guy was or what his intentions were, and no way of getting an explanation. but I really can't articulate just what a terrifying few days it was.
It was past 3 a.m. and I couldn't sleep. I was sitting on the couch in my living room, the TV passively playing in the background, waiting for even the slightest wave of exhaustion to hit me. I had to be up for 7, yet no matter how hard I tried, sleep never came. My eyes were closed, trying to find a comfortable thought to drift off to, when I heard an ad on my TV. "Are you struggling with insomnia?" Something about that simple phrase caught my attention, and I bolted straight up, staring at the television. "If you're tired of agonizing sleepless nights, try Periazepam." Even though I knew this was just a generic sleep aid commercial, it felt strangely targeted to me. Side effects may include paranoia. What if it actually was targeted to me? The screen showed a man making coffee, but it felt like he was actually watching me. Headaches? Seeing the man on the screen hurt now. His stare felt like he was burning my brain. I closed my eyes, which soothed the pain a little bit. Disorientation. The darkness felt like it was consuming me. I was dizzy and nauseous. I wanted to open my eyes, but I didn't even know if I could. Auditory hallucinations. The man was now whispering my name, over and over. I wished he would stop. I wanted to tear out my eardrums, anything for a moment of silence. And memory loss. I just needed to sleep. That was the problem. I managed to open my eyes and stumbled into my kitchen. I am about to grab a bottle off the shelf, but find it's already on the counter. I pour out 2 pills and go grab myself a glass of water to swallow them with, but there's a glass already there, still half full. Strange as it is, I take my pills. I manage to make it back to my couch, and I try to wait for the pills to kick in. The now half-empty bottle of Periazepam still sits on my counter. It's past 4 a.m. and I can't sleep. I hear an ad on TV that makes me sit straight up. "Are you struggling with insomnia?"
This happened 2 days ago. I live in a small city in Romania, around 30,000 inhabitants. Romania isn't exactly known for their tolerance of gay people. It's not as bad as other places, such as Russia. But the situation is definitely not rosy here either. I get on Grindr and meet a guy. 18 years old, apparently. The guy didn't have a picture of his face as his PFP because it's too dangerous. He had a picture of a rose drawing. Most guys on Grindr here don't have pictures of themselves. We talked for a bit, and I really liked the guy. And then we finally accept to exchange face pictures. I send him a selfie of myself, and he sends me a picture of a guy from our city. He was cute, and I really liked him. So I told him, "Hey, I saw you around the city. Didn't know you were gay too." We talked, and finally arranged to meet. I had some errands to run at the tailor shop. My cousin's bachelorette party is coming next week, and I had to adjust my favorite shirt. So I asked him to meet me in front of the tailor shop. The building in which the tailor shop is located has 4 stories. The ground floor is a clothes shop, which my aunt works at. The first floor is a storage room. The 3rd floor is a barber salon, and the 4th floor was the tailor shop. I go to the tailor shop, and then go to the clothes shop on the ground floor to visit my aunt and see how she's doing. As I was looking out the window of the clothes shop, I noticed there were 5 men, all of them in their late 20s, behind the building. None of them was the guy I got a picture of, and none of them even looked remotely close to what the guy looked like. I text the guy I was supposed to meet and ask him if he made it to the tailor shop. As soon as I send the message, one of the 5 guys' phones lit up, and he starts texting. As soon as he stopped texting, I got a notification from Grindr. I'm behind the tailor shop. I went there to smoke so no one would see me. Come smoke with me. I was terrified as I realized I wasn't going to meet the guy in the picture. He tries to get me to go behind the tailor shop, and I try to get him to go to the side of it. There are no windows to the side of the building, so after a few tries, he agrees to meet me at the side of the tailor shop. All 5 guys went to the side of the tailor shop. I peeked my head from the door, looked left and right, and as soon as I saw my way was clear, I ran for it. Grindr cutie, let's not meet. This occurred in 2017 and is 100% true. Due to multiple factors, including a recent death of a close friend, I was unbearably depressed at this time in my life. For that reason, my family flew across the country to visit me in LA, where I live. We thought it would be nice to visit Catalina Island. When we arrived, it became apparent to us that it was the off-season. It was late November. The weather was cold, and as a result, the island was nearly empty besides locals and a few straggling tourists, such as ourselves. Our first priority was to ditch our luggage so we could explore the island. So we immediately checked into our motel. Though that word hardly does the place justice. I call it a motel because all the doors to the rooms exited to the outside. But in actuality, our room was one of 20 to 30 quaint guest house-looking buildings arranged in a sort of horseshoe shape around a walkway, with rooms on either side of the path. The entrance to the motel was essentially one of the points of the horseshoe, and if you walked dead straight, you'd reach the room we were given, essentially on the corner, before you have to go right to go further into the horseshoe. So from our room, one path led back to the street, the other further into the secluded maze of rooms. Stay with me. After a day of exploring and having just finished dinner, it was time for the cold, dark walk back to the room. Catalina Island is a decent distance from the mainland, and let me just say, it gets dark. Similarly dark was my headspace after the dinner conversation took a left-hand turn, and my overwhelming depression got the best of me. I pulled my black hoodie tighter over my freezing ears and walked ahead of my parents to the hotel room, telling them I just needed to go to sleep. And I did, immediately. Depression sometimes makes that easy. I was already losing consciousness as they entered after me, drifting off without so much as a good night. Then I woke up to my mom saying my name, a harsh whisper. The room had 2 beds, my parents' bed closer to the door and mine further in the room. My mom's voice cut through the silence again. She sounded concerned for me. I didn't blame her, considering my mental state at the time. Groggy, I rolled over. "What?" I asked. As my eyes adjusted to the dim moonlight coming in through the curtains, I saw her turn to face me. She was surprised to see me in my bed. Her eyes got wide. If I'm in my bed, who was she talking to? We both looked back to where she was previously looking to see a hooded figure in all black standing over their bed. I know this is Let's Not Meet, and you are reading this knowing a creepy thing is going to happen. It's in the title. But understand how horrifically startling it is to be on an island in the middle of the ocean and wake up to see a hooded stranger looming over you. This moment seemed to last forever. Life isn't like the movies, where characters unleash a blood-curdling scream. Sometimes the only thing that comes out is something panicked and guttural. My mom's words became low and severe as she said my dad's name in a dire voice I've never heard her use before. Then the hooded figure did something so bizarre and unsettling. It didn't advance toward us, but instead crouched in the corner near where it stood. The way it crouched, it was absolutely unexpected, even in regards to this already unexpected situation, that it terrified me. It seemed animalistic. I knew two things. The hooded figure had been standing over us sleeping, and it's not acting in any sort of way that I can understand. As opposed to the infinite moment of this figure standing over us mere seconds ago, the series of events that unfolded when my hulking ex-military dad woke up happened in an instant. Suddenly, we were out the door, not knowing which way the intruder went. My mom was screaming, "Get him! Get him!" My dad was running down one path of the horseshoe, further into the hotel, shouting through sheer adrenaline, "I'm going to fucking kill you!" I ran down the other path, towards the street. When I got there, not a sign of the intruder, but it became suspiciously quiet behind me. I ran back to the room to find my dad quietly walking back, his head low. He gets really close to me, and I hear him say, "It's a fucking kid." The explanation? Some young teen, tall and lanky as I am in my 20s, wearing all black, including a black hoodie, went into the wrong room. Our room. The one time my parents just so happened to forget to lock the door. My mom woke up when he entered, and seeing a tall person in a black hoodie, thought he was me, assumedly leaving the room in a depressive episode. And when the hooded figure crouched, that was him realizing his mistake and panicking. He was scared of us. As I got back to the room, my mom walked out and hugs this kid, who is now crying his eyes out. I would be too if a massive ex-soldier was sprinting after me with murder in his eyes. So to the now traumatized kid from Catalina Island, I look forward to reading your Let's Not Meet of the same event from your perspective.
Becca, come quick. Look what I got for Christmas. Sighing, Becca trudged the rest of the way to the bus stop, bracing herself for Katie's inevitable bragging. It was practically a holiday tradition. "It's a Disby," Katie explained, holding out the doll for Becca to see. "She got 2 outfits and a necklace. The necklace has a peridot. That's my birthstone." Of course, the explanation wasn't necessary. Disby girl dolls were the hottest toy of the year. Becca had faintly hoped to get one for Christmas, but at $120, they were well outside a family budget. In the end, she'd receive a second-hand Barbie vacation set instead. "It's okay," Becca said, looking away. Katie snorted. "She's perfect. I love her." Then, a smug smile curving her lips, she asked, "What did you get?" Becca didn't sleep well that night, unable to rid Katie's terrible grin from her thoughts. It wasn't fair. Christmas was always better for Katie. Katie's gifts were new, while Becca's were used. Katie got the latest and greatest, while Becca was lucky to get something popular last year. And why? Because Katie's dad wore a suit to work, while Becca's took extra night shifts at Walgreens. If she never heard Katie's voice again, Becca decided that was fine with her. The next morning, Becca waited with clenched teeth for Katie to appear at the bus stop with that stupid doll. She waited and waited until the bus finally came. Katie never showed up. Kaylee wasn't at school either. It was strange. She hadn't seemed sick yesterday, and she definitely wasn't on vacation. She would have gloated about it for months. Though still angry, Becca felt a twinge of worry. A second day passed, a third. Katie was nowhere to be found. Then, suddenly, she was everywhere. Katie smiled from newspapers at the back of milk cartons. She was even on TV. Becca watched one night as a well-scrabbled news anchor pointed out her yearbook photo and called her the latest in a string of missing girls in the Skagit County area. He promised more details at 11, but that was past Becca's bedtime. That night, Becca sobbed into her pillow. Why had she wished Katie gone? Rationally, she knew she hadn't caused her disappearance, but she'd wanted it. Wasn't that almost as bad? She was crying so intently that she didn't notice her father enter the room. "Oh, sweetie," he whispered, sitting at the edge of the bed. When Becca looked up, she was surprised to see he was smiling. "I was saving this for your birthday, but..." He placed something on the pillow in front of her. It was a doll, a Disney girl doll. Becca gasped. It was perfect. Well, it was clearly used, as all her dolls were, but it was still beautiful. The only problem is that it had the wrong birthstone. It looked like what had Katie called it? A peridot.
Mom says you have to believe in Santa if you want presents on Christmas. Sometimes I find this hard to do, like when I see Santa at the mall and he looks different from the Santa I saw last year. If I mention this to my mom, she tells me never to talk about that. She says if I do, I won't get presents on Christmas. She told me always assume that it's just Santa's magic at work. Last Christmas, I took my little sister to the park. I had snowball fights with my friends while she built a snowman. We saw Santa at the park that day. He came over and handed each of us a little unwrapped present. He told us that we were good boys and girls. He told my sister that her present was in his sleigh because it was too big to carry. My sister went with him, but she never came back. The police officers asked us so many questions, but we all insisted it was just Santa, big, jolly and red. That was all we knew. I got so many presents that year, more than usual. I'm so glad I didn't tell anyone that Santa looked a lot like our neighbor, Mr. Wilkins. And I'm glad I didn't tell them I saw my sister get into his blue pickup truck instead of his sleigh. Mom says never to talk about that stuff, that it's just Santa's magic at work. And she says you have to believe in Santa if you want presents on Christmas. The water tastes funny. I shouldn't complain. It's a miracle the water has been turned back on, and that we still have electricity, in that matter. It's been just over 12 months since the governments of the world began to notice the death rates had started to plummet. Another month after that was when they realized death rates worldwide had flatlined altogether. So far, nobody could figure out how it happened. Whether through some mystic intervention or a sinister freak of nature. Either way, it's a disaster no one expected. Of course, sickness still occurred over last year. Accidents still took place and people were still attacked. It's just that none of them happened to die. But birth rates continued, strong as ever. Soon, hospitals overfilled, homelessness shot through the roof. Overpopulation overtook the planet.
food, water, electricity. Basic supplies all started to dwindle in the shadow of the ever-increasing populace. Suddenly, the TV in the living room crackles to life on its own accord. I walk in and look. An emergency broadcast. Something must be happening. It's a live feed from the Oval Office. The president sits at her desk. She shuffles papers on the table nervously. "Today is a hard day," she croaked. Tears well up in her eyes. "It is a sad day for our great country. Usually, I can come out and address you all in a collected, presidential manner. But today, I cannot. Today, I need to speak to my fellow Americans, not as president, but as person. The past year had been one of the hardest the world has ever had to face. And this international crisis had caused unprecedented turmoil throughout our country and the world. There are no signs of this catastrophe course-correcting itself in the near future, and we are running out of options. We need to deal with this situation ourselves. We've been scouring through our options, and yet, only one possible solution has presented itself." The president allows herself one short sob, and fresh tears roll down her cheeks. "And I make this decision with the heaviest of hearts. But I know it is my duty to do what is best and necessary for the country I love. We intend to carry out the solution in the most humane way and fairest possible method. Random selection. God bless you all, and God bless America." With that cryptic address, the broadcast cuts to feed of the government trucks parked outside random different residential areas across the country, dispatching what looks to be vicious corpses into the back of the trucks. I walk over to the window and notice a truck pulling up outside our block. Funny, it looks just like the government ones on TV. Suddenly, a loud thump comes from the kitchen. I rush in and see my roommate laying face down on the kitchen floor. Before I have time to react, my vision goes blurry and my head spins. I look down at the glass in my fist. The water tastes funny.